Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to How to RPG. And today it's all about the continuation of building a role-playing game. So that's what we're going to do. I have all the player handbooks for all the versions of Dungeons & Dragons in front of me, plus a few things that I've been nutting around, which I'll be including in the document that we've been working on. And of course you're going to be taking part, which is all sort of part of the fun. I'm going to put up a poll for those who are interested. You can take part in that if you want to. I'm going to apologise now for the fact that I am very, very tired, so it may take a lot of effort on my part to actually stay with it at times. And today is going to be a long day for me. This is 4 or 5 hours, so I don't expect you to hang around the whole time. And yes, so grab some food, some drink. We'll get straight into it and get things moving, shall we? And I think I'm pretty much ready. Let's get rid of this and ditch that. And where's my travelling mat? Is it somewhere? Yeah, there we are. You're probably all wondering, oh, hang on, you've got a combination of heavy metal artwork from an album cover and then suddenly a cartoon monster. What's going on, Fred? I can just imagine what you're thinking. Anyway, let's get into this. Hi, welcome to How to RPG. My name is Fred Weller, and today I want to continue making a role-playing game. We've been doing this for the past, well, I think this is the 5th time we've come into a live stream covering this, and we've had at least 4 sessions which have been 4 or 5 hours long, so that's an investment of close to 20 hours. I wouldn't say it was 20 hours yet, but at least 20 hours of work. So that's a lot of work, I have to say. But in any case, that doesn't matter. That's not why you're here. You're here because you're hoping that Fred will finally get closer to completion, and hopefully today would be the day. That would be nice, right? That's how I would see it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my phone ready so I can actually check my phone. I want people to give me feedback and point out if I've missed something, and if I have missed something legitimately, then I will solve that problem, because that'll help me move things forward. And if there's something that hasn't been missed and it was intentionally left out because of whatever I'm planning to do, then I'll explain that to you. Okay, so for right now, apparently my live stream is not operating for me, so I can't actually see it. Okay, there we go. That's better. Now, okay, all right, we're up. Wonderful. Right, let's get over to the screen that we need as quickly as possible. This is the screen I want. Let's grab this, and my head is way too big. I don't really need to be that big. Instead, we will stick my head out of the way and shrink it down so you can actually see what's going on. And then I should be able to just transition over like that. Okay, there we go. This is what we've got. And this is what we're working with for today. Okay, so I'm very briefly just going to go over what we're trying to do here in terms of the goals. Some of these goals, unfortunately, I have failed at miserably. So clone and reverse engineer a popular tabletop role-playing game, which is actually Dungeons & Dragons. I've been calling it Dolly, Phoenix, Steel, Lazarus, Sorcery. Look, I'm going to probably keep doing that, okay? So design a tabletop role-playing game anyone can understand and play, including a 5-year-old child. So that's one of my goals. I want new people to be able to play it. I want a 5-year-old to be able to play it. So that's what we're doing right now. Create a tabletop role-playing game very similar to all versions of Dungeons & Dragons. I don't think that's necessarily very easy to do. I don't think you could do that with 4E. I think 4E is quite a bit, it's a bit of a, I mean, it's a lot of the aspects behind it are the same, but there's going to be a lot that's very different, so it might be a bit difficult to do that. But I want it to be as close to 5E and basic D&D. And frankly, I think 5E is pretty close to basic D&D in many respects. Strip the Dungeons & Dragons rules back to the basic engine. So I'm trying to get it back to the basic engine so it allows for a more narrative gameplay process, and and then you tack on more and more complexity, which is, yeah. So making the game system more optional rules. That's what I want to do. I want to make it easy for you to put in and attach optional rules to it. It's always been my goal with this. And I still feel like it is doable at this present time. I don't feel like it is impossible. So the final game rules will actually be 3 game engines. The one we're working on with increasing levels of complexity, and that is the basic game, which is what is happening right now. The standard game would be more like what you're used to playing. And then the advanced game is whatever unholy Frankenstein monster you've created from all the variant rules that you have attached to it. So yeah, to make that work, you need to have a very sort of tight engine. So that's what I'm trying to do. Avoid breaching copyright using OGL 1.0a, the SRD 5.1, and Creative Commons version 4. Now, I know a lot of terminology you'll see here looks like I am doing that, breaching copyright and so forth, but actually you'd be surprised how little is under copyright, and you'll also be very surprised that I am probably not necessarily using the exact names that have been presented in this document. They will get changed a lot, okay? Prove that designing a tabletop role-playing game can be done quickly and by anyone. Failure. I failed that. Like, it's been 20 hours, close to 20 hours now. It's not an easy process. It's definitely difficult. And yes, delivering the universal signal to Wizards of the Coast of the Bird. Yeah, you know what that one is. Okay, so that's my goals. I feel like most of that is still intact and we can still keep moving forward with that. So I haven't had to adjust anything. We're going to keep attack rolls, ability dice rolls, saving throw dice rolls, an advantage disadvantage mechanic because it's every game system has one. You've got magic monsters, obviously, a reward system, so character advancement. There needs to be something like that there, although I'm going to be very sort of open to that one. Communication between the player characters and the game masters, monsters, and NPCs. I want that to be a dialogue rather than rolling dice. I don't really think I think that's kind of lost part of the game. And I feel like a 5-year-old could cope with that quite easily, frankly. I always like it. They can do that. If a 5-year-old can do it, you can do it. Exploration, traps, puzzles, that's not really going to be tied into the rules. But the rules need to accommodate that concept, right? And character creation has to be dead simple. You need to be able to, anybody needs to be able to sit down without having to scroll through pages and pages of information to be able to make a character. So that's important to me. And the general rules always need to be consistent, no exceptions. D&D 5e is built on exceptions to the general rules, and I dislike that immensely. So that's one of the things I want to get rid of. Now, there was a couple of things I wanted to add in here. I see the chat has already started, so let's have a look. So Fred Hubbard you've used AC rather than THAC0 for Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah. And this was actually the same thing that my own group who really want to play basic D&D or Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, and that's no THAC0. Go with Armor class. That was our preferred choice for a variety of different reasons. Dungeons and Chronics. Hello, Dungeons and Chronics. How are you doing? And who have we got here? Square Peg. Hello, Square Peg. How are you? I don't recognize your username, so welcome. This must be the first time for you. 20 hours is actually a very short time for game design. Well, yes, but also too, it's not like I'm designing from scratch. I'm building on from what Gary Gygax, Dave Arneson, and all of the creators after them have built. And so I'm just trying to take it to the next step, which I think what the next step is. That is my idea of what the next step is. So I'm scrolling down here because we were going to do damage today. There's a couple of things we need to cover. I need to do grabbing, grappling, throwing, and explain that process. I need to do damage. I need to do the intro, an example of play, the game master stuff, and then rearrange a few things. And there may be some things I need to say around combat. I don't know exactly, but we're actually not too far off. I feel like we're not too far off being ready for a first draft. Amazing, if you ask me. There we go. What am I missing? Calculating damage for a hit. That's what we're missing. Okay, so what was I looking at here? Okay, I've already written it in. That's good. And was the other one here as well? No, I think that's right. Ability, value, ability, number. Yeah, I'd forgotten if I'd actually put that in or not. All right, good. So now I need to just take this and cut it. So we don't need that there. If there's anything that I'm missing in this document, you'll let me know, although it'd be a bit hard to tell, I imagine. Resting. I'm not going to go over anything that we've built so far unless I'm working on it, because I've done that last time and it chews up a lot of time, and I just want to get it done. If we could knock it out today, I'd be happy. Character death for monsters, free actions, other combat actions, casting spells, attacking actions in battle, movement. Where else are we? Variant, this is combat turn order. Yeah, turn order. So where's the best place to stick it? If I was going to do, when it comes to calculating damage on an attack, where's the best place to put it? It's probably in the combat section, right? It's probably in the combat section after making an attack. Making an attack, casting a spell. Actually, probably after casting a spell. Would that not be about right? I think that's probably the best place to put it. Other actions and other combat actions, we'll just put it in here. That's where it can live. Paste. You know, one of the things I've learned is that laying out a rule system so it's easy to read and find everything and everything's in the appropriate place is actually a bit of a task. It's not as easy as it sounds. What did I do here? Did I press the right button? Okay, press that button. Press this button. What was that? That was 11. Did I make that a 12? I did. I made it larger. Whoops. Also, I would like to apologize yesterday. Hello, Nacho Man. I would like to apologize for yesterday's Hero Quest demonstration. I was so tired and really my brain was not with it, and I haven't played for 35 years, and trying to do a bone up on the game before it, I'd been doing it for weeks. I've been going over everything, watching videos, looking at the rules, stuff like that, and I just didn't have it together. Frankly, yesterday I was so beaten down, so it did not come out well. When I looked at it and I was thinking, gosh, there was so much I could have done better at it. I will get better at doing that. Okay, I will make a discerted, a much better attempt at organising how I present everything for next week, because we're back to Hero Quest on Thursday next week in New Zealand. That is, it'll be Wednesday for you in North America. Okay, so I wonder if there's anything I can learn from how they describe determining damage from what they've got in this book here. I've actually got 6 books in front of me right now. What have you got here, Nacho Man? What's with the heavy metal question? I used to steal my old brother's heavy metal magazines. First time I ever saw boobies. Nacho Man. I guess, has anybody noticed how a lot of heavy metal artwork is very sort of Dungeons and Dragons-y, very fantasy? It's very out there. There's a lot of science fiction involved as well. But they get a lot of their inspiration from role-playing games, in my opinion. This is one of the reasons why I presented that question around heavy metal album cover artwork, because I was always taken with the artwork from heavy metal, and it's very raw, it's really gross at times, it's very appealing. That's part of the reason why. I don't want to say exactly why I've selected that question, because maybe it would be a bad idea at this present time. There is a rationale behind it. Okay. Hi, Matt. How you doing? You don't have to apologise. You do so much. It's incredible. Well, yes. I know there's a lot of channels that are doing a lot more than me right now. So, yeah. Trying to lift the game has been difficult. I'm actually finding the pace quite difficult to keep up with, because they're not releasing enough edited videos. Okay, here we go. This is probably what we need to do. So all, oh, come on, let's just undo that bit. So all attacks with, okay, let's do that. All attacks with weapons, unarmed strikes, what else do we want to say here? Unarmed strikes, creatures, natural weapons, and spells often spells usually cause damage when they hit successfully. There we go. That's what we're going to do there. That's what we're starting off with. What do you got here? Hi Brian, how are you doing? Iron Maiden Eddie. So for example, Iron Maiden's a really good example of like just bat crazy stuff. And so yeah. So the more and more you see me working on this, the more and more, even though I say I'm designing a game for a 5-year-old to play, I'm really thinking about artwork that goes back to my childhood, that as a teenager I was hoping my mum would never see. So I really like the artwork behind heavy metal. So when I put all of this stuff forward to my brother, you're probably going to see an art style that's very much like a heavy metal album cover. Does that make sense? That's part of the reason why I asked the question. What do you got here, Nacho? My older brother used to be in hot rods and 70s airbrush custom art. He used own all these fantastic art books that would scare, that I would stare at for hours. Yeah, this is this is one of the things that I used to get just obsessed with some of the artwork, and I just trying to figure out what was going on here. Okay. So each type of attack will have specific dice that are rolled for damage and a now what's this? How I'm going to word this? I'm going to be very careful. And a bonus or modifier is usually added to the dice roll. Okay. The result of a damage dice roll and modifier is how many hit or health points the targeted creature. The result of a damage dice roll and modifier is how many hit or health points the targeted creature loses. The word takes is not a good word, so that's what I need to put in here. Nacho Man. Now I want to listen to War of the Worlds album. Fair enough. All the artwork on vans in the 70s in New York looked like D&D. I bet you. Yeah, I can believe it. Losers. That's better. Okay, all right. Right, so now this is where I'm probably going to run into a slight problem, because I had a really good hard think about how I wanted to do this. And in the end, I've decided that the best option is to be as flexible as possible, but then offer up a variant option that my own home group decided was the best way to go. I don't know if that's clear yet, but I'll explain more. So I want to put a little place marker here. What's the best way to do that? Okay. So I need to define specifically what we're dealing with here. So attacks with all, okay, so all, no. So all melee and weapon attacks generally rely on strength to improve the potential injuries that or melee and ranged weapon attacks generally rely on strength to improve the potential injuries that this is going to be hard for me to do. I can see it now. Clyde Cadwell's D&D art in the 70s, heavy metal feel to it. Yes, very much so. Very much so. Okay. All melee and ranged weapon attacks generally rely on strength to improve the potential injuries or where potential injuries that a creature takes while dexterity and speed will fatigue so this is the problem when you're dealing with an abstract idea like health points and hit points, because you're looking at different factors, and usually you do not see this sort of stuff discussed in game rules. They just leave it, but I'm not going to do that. Okay, I know that's not going. This is not the section that the 5-year-old would read. In fact, I don't expect a 5-year-old to read any of these rules, but I know the parent still needs to be able to make this work. So it's the tail end of this paragraph that'll be the important bit. Okay. So how am I supposed to say this? I had this discussion with my home group about how damage should be worked out, and I put it up a poll too, for those of you who didn't notice. There was some rationale as to why to do that. All melee and ranged weapon attacks generally rely on strength to improve the potential injuries that a creature takes, while dexterity and speed will fatigue the creature being attacked. Right, so this means that strength or dexterity are generally, with a few exceptions, are best used as modifiers to add to a damage dice roll. Right, sorry, let's just scroll this up. Okay, this means that dexterity or are, with a few exceptions, are best. That doesn't look. I don't like that sentence. I want to say are, but maybe that's the wrong way to go. Best used as modifiers to add to a damage dice roll. Okay, this is where I'm coming here. I'm coming to point. This is my point that I'm coming to, in terms of how you're going to determine your damage. So damage dice. Okay. The damage dice okay. A successful yes, a successful hit requires that a damage dice is rolled and either the dexterity or strength modifier is added to the damage dice. Okay. A successful hit requires that a damage dice is rolled and either the dexterity or strength modifier whichever is higher is added to the damage dice. The damage so the damage dice, the damage result is deducted from the creature or character that was hit. Okay, so that doesn't quite make it. Let's just see if we can fix that. So the damage result is deducted from the creature or characters hit or health points. Okay, the damage result is deducted from the creature or character's hit or health points. Okay. All right, I think that hit points. I think that makes sense. I was just worried that I haven't referred it back to one of the other sentences, but it's going to make it a little bit awkward. So that's what I'm doing here for this basic rule system. I'm going with damage is either dex or strength, and I'm not differentiating weapons. I'm leaving that to those of you who are making your own rules. It's something I would do later on. You may be surprised at what I would do in terms of what uses strength, what uses dex, but that's nuanced stuff, and I don't want to put that into the basic rules. I think it's much simpler to just say use dex or strength, pick one, whichever is higher, done, and that will simplify things significantly. But I'm going to put in a variant option here for damage, which is what my group will probably wind up using because we discussed this a lot more. And this is variant damage dice, variant damage modifier, probably modifier option. Okay, let's do a little bit of an underline. Cool. Right, so let's drop this down. And this is go copy, and this is what I wanted to do. So a successful hit requires that a damage dice is rolled and either the rolled and the strength modifier is added to the damage dice. Now, the reason we decided strength was he looked at all of the different weapons. We looked at all the different weapons that you have. Like a mace really comes down to, like, when you look at it, striking the target's the one thing. You're using dex and strength and training and skill. Okay? That's the hitting part. But the actual damage part, we decided in the end, this is why we did it, this is why we decided to have this as our other thing we would use, is because we decided, well, a mace, it's really any additional damage you're doing may be generated by the speed at which it's swung, which you might say is dex, but really the real impact is going to be strength. Okay? So we decided that the strength probably played a greater part in that. Then we started looking at other weapons, like a sword that has a blade for slashing would probably be, you're probably leaning more on strength than you are on dex. A weapon that you stab with, okay, even that, like the short sword, like the stronger you are, the further you can push it, but it's a sharp blade, so you probably shouldn't have to use a lot of force to do that. The rapiers are an even better example of this. The rapier, it didn't even make sense that the rapier have any modifier added to it, because it's such a thin piece of metal and it's so pointy and sharp that it's probably going to pass through the body very, very easily. So we decided in the end, like, we either had weapons that you probably didn't need to have, it shouldn't have a modifier added to it at all, that the damage dice was doing all the work, and it's simply placement of the blow was important, and adding a dex modifier made no sense to that whatsoever other than to hit the target, and we'd already determined that with the hit roll. And then so we were looking at, well, what about the longbow? Now, drawing a longbow, I don't know enough about a longbow because I've never actually used a longbow before. I mean, I've used bows, but I haven't used a longbow. And so there's got to be a draw point where you can only draw so far. Now, there's got to be a draw point where it's effective for what it's supposed to do. Okay, I think somebody said 100 pounds of is required on the draw for the old longbow. Short bow would be less, but if you can draw back further and the bow allows you to draw back further, that means that there's more force going to be generated by it because you are stronger and you can draw back further. So we're thinking, well, longbow actually probably makes sense if you're using strength. Short bow may not even come into it, but it may. And then we looked at the crossbow and we realized, well, there's your dexterity and your strength don't even come into play. It's really just the damage dice for a crossbow because it's got a preset draw. So when you crank it back or you pull it back and lock it into place, that strength point has already been reached. It's set for that weapon. So you'd either have to have a set number that you would add to a crossbow depending on the power of the crossbow. So a heavy crossbow, maybe it's a +2, or a light crossbow, maybe it's a +1. So you don't get quite so much. So your dexterity and strength modifiers don't really come into play with a crossbow. So we were looking at this and like, well, it's the simplest way to make it all work. And I said, well, I think it's just we either go with either dex or strength or none of them at all. We discussed that as well. Or we go with the strength modifier, and we thought about it, and like there's enough weapons out there, if you pull them all together and you're trying to make it simple in a game, that strength actually makes more sense, because it's probably the one that you're going to rely on the most for causing damage, except for probably something like the crossbow and your rapier, which really doesn't need that at all. So that's where my head was going with this. I mean, even the javelin or spear, when you throw it, it's going to be very much about strength. The stronger you are, the more likely you can throw it with more force. Okay, there's certainly a factor in terms of speed, but the human body can only generate so much speed in terms of before it all comes apart. So that's why I did it this way, if you're wondering. Okay, that doesn't mean you can't change out, because it's such a simple line here. You see there's one little line. This line here is designed to be ported out and replaced with something else. That's done quite deliberately on my part. Okay. Right. Where are we? Nice early stream today. Yes. So hello, Noroak. Noroak is a patron. So is Nacho Man. But Noroak is also a patron who support me on Patreon. So I can keep doing this. And with any luck, you guys will get a draft copy of this in a couple of weeks or a month. Probably I'm going to release it when I go on holiday. And you guys can start trying it out. Music is my favourite music. Metal is my favourite music, definitely. Okay. You're gluing some bricks to your castle. Okay, well, good. Keep working on the castle. Don't stop. Yes, I would be interested to know what people's favourite metal bands are. You can make bows that need more strength to draw. Lacking strength to draw would be a severe penalty. Yes, this is one of the things I was thinking about. And then there's the composite bow, which the composite bow, it doesn't matter how strong you are. When you draw it back, it can only generate so much force. And that's it. It's set. It's kind of like the crossbow, a composite bow. And of course, there's a certain strength level required. This is one of the older things that was in the game, right? Is you had to have a certain strength to be able to use certain weapons. Because if you didn't have if you weren't strong enough, you could not draw back the longbow. This is, of course, what Gary's trying to do. He's trying to simulate some of the reality of the world and put it into the role-playing game. For the longsword, it would be a minimum height and strength to be able to use. Iron Maiden is my favourite group. Okay, thank you, Brian. Now I know. Longbow. Sorry, what's this? For a longbow there would be a minimum height and strength to be able to draw and use. Yes, I understand what you're saying there. Yep. Too many to pick. Bows are definitely a strength weapon. I am good with a bow, but if you hand me a gun, I'd have trouble aiming. Iced earth and opeth are mine. Oh, I see. Powerwolf. See, I don't listen to heavy metal because the music I listen to is usually very sedate. I deal with a lot of violence in my work as it is, and a lot of stress, and life has not been that nice at times. So I actually have to listen to very mellow music. I have Whitney Houston on repeat, people, okay? But I really do. I love the artwork. I think the artwork is some of the best and craziest stuff out there. And I miss those days. It reminds me of the Fighting Fantasy books. You'd open the Fighting Fantasy books, all black and white drawings and line drawings, and it was just crazy. It was so cool. It was so cool. Yeah. Anyway, let me see if I can find I want to do something here. Okay, right. There is a requirement to write something about combat. I'm pretty sure that I can't get away with not saying something. So, there will be occasions when a character interacts, with monsters or non-player characters run by the game master, game master, and a battle will be initiated for some reason. Okay. There will be occasions when a character interacts with monsters or non-player characters run by the game master, and a battle will be initiated for some reason. You like Weird Al? Hi, Fred. I'm all with you. Weird Al is cool stuff. Stormtrooper aim. I have a bow and a crossbow for when the time comes for quickly killing walkers. Oh, you mean the undead? Yes, make sure. For those of you who want to prepare for a zombie apocalypse, never just stock your house with a firearm that has bullets. You want something that you can reload constantly. Make sure you get good quality arrow shafts or bolts for your crossbow and your bow, your hunting bow. Okay, that's the weapon you want, because you're never really going to run out of ammo as long as the arrow shaft doesn't break. And if you're clever enough, maybe you can make your own. Good turnout today. Well, I'm glad people like it. Look, remember, this is the first hour, and I'm here for four or five of them. You were listening to Weird Al already? You're pretty good with an M16 at least. Okay, all right. Okay. I don't like guns myself. That's just me. But then again, obviously the world needs them, and sometimes I don't know what's going on. Yeah. If M16s were only used for killing zombies, the world would be a better place. But they're not, unfortunately. What is combat made up of? Okay. So this is really just an intro, give you an idea of how things work. So, what's the easiest way to describe this? How do I describe combat? Hashtag. How do I describe the combat process? I actually have the process already put together, people. But as an introductory sort of line here, maybe you can help me along with this. So I'm going to say the threatening or initiating monster or character performs a combat maneuver, and then the rest of the players and game master take turns okay, so The threatening or initiating monster or character performs a combat maneuver, and then the rest of the players, player characters, and the game master's monsters take turns to do something during the fight. Yeah. Okay, what do we got here? Yes. Yes, the person holding the gun, yes. Okay. All right. So I think maybe I got it down. Maybe that's all it needs to be described as. I think what I might do is I might also put a bit more nuance into this. I am wondering if I really need to say anything about surprise. I hate discussing surprise. The reason I just hate discussing surprise is it is one of those things that always trips people up. And so I need those of you who are here and willing to comment. Do we need to worry about surprise? Maybe that's actually a poll that I should ask. I'm thinking maybe that is a poll I should ask. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add a little bit more to this combat. Now, I'm wondering if the best way to describe this is to break it down, like I did with the character building, is have like a step-by-step, step 1, step 2, step 3. Okay. That might well be helpful for sort of getting people's head around what they're going to do in combat. So let's do something like that. Let's go here. Combat steps. Combat turn steps. Is it combat turn or round? Turn steps. Right, so first thing, the player or game master declares what their monster or character is doing. Something that a lot of people seem to skip. I don't know why they do this, but they do. And I'm going to go with underline. And I'm going to put in here some step-by-step process. There. So, right. So the order of which you do things. So and this is the other thing I need to make sure I actually incorporate, and that is let's see. Okay, move, speed, and perform one action. So here we go. So this is So this is move or perform an action. So move and perform one action. So move and perform one action in any order. Is that clear? In any order. Okay, right, next. What do we got here? Call it an ambush, not surprised. Okay. Combat can and still start in different ways. Yes, that's right. Unless one person or group is surprised, the initiative should be rolled to see who gets to attack first. So I disagree with that, Pale Rider, and I'll explain to you why. And then the group takes turns. This is one of the biggest problems I've seen, and I'll always say this is what makes more sense because it breaks the narrative, and this is why I'm not going to write that down. So don't get upset with me, Pale Rider. Let me explain. The reason I state that whoever initiated the aggressive action is the one who goes first is because what will happen, and you know this, is the person who actually initiated the fight and did something aggressive, they initiate, they do something, they should just get to take their turn. Because what happens is you then roll initiative, they say, I nudged my arrow and fire at somebody. And then you say, okay, roll initiative. And they roll and they get the lowest initiative. And so everybody at the top is saying, so what's going on? And you say, Larry decided to notch an arrow and fire it at one of the goblins. And they said, but he hasn't actually acted yet. And so they're saying, well, why am I actually engaging in a fight with the goblins if Larry has not actually fired an arrow at the goblins in the first place? If all he's done is put an arrow and drawn it back and hasn't actually fired the arrow, then why the heck am I going first, even though I rolled 26 on my initiative, or I'm going first in the turn order for whatever reason, if we're going in clockwise or anti-clockwise. This is why I always say it makes much more sense that you wind up with the process being a little bit different to this. It always bugs me that people insist on drawing on the initiative without letting the person who initiated the fight in the first place take their turn, because that makes much more sense to do it that way. We can disagree on this, by the way. It's all right. It's all good. Who are we fighting? I think surprise should be addressed because it will come up in play. Okay. When you ambush or roll a perception check on a failed, the enemy goes first. So first off, we're not using perception. Remember, no skills in the basic game. I know you'll never get upset. Sounds perfect to you. So I need to talk about being ambushed. So there does need to be a determination of whether we are surprised or not. So, all right. So we're gonna work on ambush. Ambush. I'm just trying to think of, do I want ambush first or do I want it after? It probably should be going before that, eh? The game master determines if the fight involves an ambush, ambush. Okay, that's our first bit. All right, so we got that down. Next, so combat turn or combat steps. We'll do that. Combat steps. So battle steps. I always like the word battle over combat. I'll put it in brackets. We'll see how we go. Oh, right. Decide what I'll use in the end. Okay. There are times when both parties are surprised, and if it's a cowardly monster, might have to check morale and run away. Yes, that's possible. Yes, true. Oh, I gotcha. We always did group initiative. What you said makes sense, Fred. Yeah. So group initiative is another thing, right? So Pale Rider, you don't have to worry about that issue when you have group initiative, because everybody gets to take their turn, and even if they wind up dead in the first round or downed in the first round, they still get to take their action. That's the group initiative I'm assuming you're talking about. I'm taking the hat off. Pale Rider. Character creature makes first hostile move, gets an attack, then initiative. Sounds good. Yes. Right. Okay. So the next step is... let's make sure we break this down so it's easy. Let's write the ambush section now. Ambush and surprise. Let's drop that. Okay. Now, surprise rolls suck. Surprise rolls and ambushing suck. They've always sucked because they require nuance. Okay, and I don't want to tie too many dice rolling bits and pieces in here, but I know we need to have enough structure to keep you alive. So here we go. Let me just roll this back a little bit here. We'll come back to the combat sequence or battle sequence in a second. Yeah. So yes, yeah, exactly. Okay, so here's where we go with ambush and surprise. It is possible for the player characters or game master monsters to sneak up on one another or set an ambush to surprise the opposite enemy force. Any so this is how this is going to get interesting. Okay. The game master always determines, this is important, determines who in a battle is surprised. I'm going to leave that a bit further down. I'm going to keep going though. Hello Brian, what do you got here? I have to leave. Thank you for the stream. Good. No problems. It's probably top of the hour and I probably should go take a break, Brian. So thank you for reminding me. The creature or creatures that initiate the conflict take the action. The initiative then is rolled. This is exactly what I'm thinking. Yes, this is where I'm going to break it down. That's what we're going to do. And all right, that's definitely what I'm planning to line up. So it is possible for the player characters or game master monsters to sneak up on one another or set an ambush to surprise the opposite enemy force. Okay. This is all right. So I'm if sorry, hang on. I don't know why I'm actually skipping a step here. So just I apologize for this. If both sides of a combat engagement surprise each other, then no one takes a turn in the first round. That means your first round is just null and does nothing. That's the easiest way to deal with this. I'm just trying to think consistently here. If the player, if a monster or character is surprised, they do not get to act. They do not get to take a turn in the first round. I'm just trying to think back to surprise rules for 5e and the other surprise stuff I've seen in the other books and how it worked, and I'm just trying to figure out how to write it so it makes sense. And I've kind of I'm sort of jumping here and there a little bit, and I need to go and take a break. I know, otherwise I'm good. But I'm at least I feel like I'm on the right track, and I want to just get it out of me before I go take that break. So that's why I haven't stepped away. Okay. Hello, Buried Axe. You're not late. I'll be here for the next 4 hours, more than likely. Oh, 4 or 5 hours. I'm an hour late, and I will be even later. Don't worry about it. It's all good. It's all good. Okay. It is possible for player characters or game master monsters to sneak up on one another or set an ambush to surprise the opposite force. If a monster or character is surprised, they do not get to take a turn in the first round. If both sides of the combat engagement surprise each other, then no one takes a turn in the first round. Okay, so this is the next thing. Now, you may be wondering why I've done it this way. You see I haven't written down any game mechanics at this point, and there's a reason why, okay? Surprise is one of those things where I actually think a game master needs to have a bit more control over, because there's too much nuance to it. Because remember, 5e and a lot of Dungeons and Dragons does not allow for or take into consideration facing. It doesn't take into consideration all of those different little things that are going on. So you need to have a game master that you trust, obviously. Otherwise, you're always going to wind up being surprised by your monsters, or maybe you won't be always surprised by your monsters. But this is one of the things. So what I am going to put forward here is a way of resolving it, but it's a variant. I am not making it. My prime directive here is the game master determines who is surprised in a battle based on what's going on, because there's too much that could potentially be going on, right? So this is what we're going to do instead. Ambush, variant ambush option. Ambush option. You're probably wondering why I'm making this completely an option. And because a game like this is going to require a game master to really take control of the situation, and this is part of the reason why I'm writing this way. When you set up a bad ambush, bad things can happen. Yes. Prepare, cook, and survive. Hello. How's it going? Okay, well, if it's on charge, That's all cool. I have always facing rules, and they make combat much more complicated. Facing rules, yes, it would make it much more complicated, but I want to leave it open for the game master to allow for this. Otherwise, it just, yeah. So for those of you who are like, I need something that's just give me a mechanic so I don't have to work too hard, I understand. This is why I'm putting this in, and it'll be part of the basic rules. So this is how we're going to do this. Right. A monster or character. Let's not do that. Dash. A monster or character can attempt to sneak or hide from the enemy before the battle. Before a battle starts, the game master requests that a so the game master always determines who in the battle is surprised depending on the circumstances. Circumstances. God. Circumstances. Oh, circumstances. Why can't I spell it? It's out of my mind. Right now, how do I spell circumstances, people? Why am I struggling with this? Depending on the circumstances. Is it I? Circumstances. Ah, thank God for that. There it is. Oh, I was lost. Brain just went. Okay. The game master requests that okay. The game master either rolls a dexterity dice roll test, and the game master either rolls a dexterity dice roll test and compares it with the what's the other word I want to say? Circumstances. Yeah, thank you, Fred. Right. Yep. Either rolls a the caster dash rolls a dexterity dice roll test for monsters and compares it with the player characters. Now I need to just remember what I've I've put in a few things that are variant rules, so I've got to be careful I don't use a variant rule here when I'm not supposed to use a variant rule. So that's going to be a little bit tricky, but let's see. Just remind myself that I am still working in this place here, so come back to that. So I'm top of the hour, and I'm definitely into the weeds here at this present time. So let me think. This is, let's go back to ability scores and just remind myself about how ability scores are working in this. Because I've got so many variants on it now. It's attack rolls, saving throws. Okay, ability scores. Okay. So it's actually, we're still relying on the dice roll. We're not using passive. So okay, all right. That's what I needed to remind myself, because I was pretty sure it was not fixed into the basic rules. Okay. So the Game Master rolls a dexterity dice roll test for monsters and compares it with the player character's wisdom dice roll test. Otherwise, when a player character, okay, monsters that are hiding. Okay, when the player characters are sneaking, the Game Master requests a dexterity dice roll test and compares it with the monster's wisdom dice roll test. Okay, when I play a character is sneaking, yeah, monsters. Okay, let's get rid of this. Highlight doesn't need to be there anymore. It's Scotch for me. What do we got here? Both groups are surprised, neither group is surprised, or one group is surprised. Left out the one mechanic, the rules cyclopedia. Actually, that's true. Okay. So yes, you do actually make a good point. I've got one is surprised, both are surprised, but none are surprised. Okay, yes, it is possible for a player character to sneak up on one another or set an ambush to surprise the opposite enemy force. If a monster or character is surprised, they do not get to take a turn in the first round. If both, okay. Okay, so when neither side in a fight is surprised, then ignore the ambush and surprise rules. Is that what I wanted to say? When neither side in a fight is surprised, then ignore the ambush and surprise rolls. No, that's not what I'm trying to say. That's not actually wrong, isn't it? When neither side in a fight is surprised, the initiating combatant acts first, and every else takes turns. Takes turns as detailed below. Combatant. That's not right. Combatant. Thank you. There we go. Okay. Determines who in the surprise. Right. So that's that bit done. I'm doing all right. I'm going to keep going for a little bit longer. I would normally take a break, but I'm on a roll. I feel like I can't stop, and I don't need to go to the toilet. And my brain is at least working, which is good news. Or follow normal combat rules, yes. Okay. The initiating combatant acts first, and okay, so the initiating combatant acts first, and everyone else takes turns. Okay. Shooting combatant acts first, and everyone else takes turns as normal. Okay, that's better. All right. So now, this is where it gets a little awkward, because we do not want a situation where we're using a contest. We still want to be a DC, because we're not really using contests as a variant rule, so it's got to be DC. So the easiest way to determine the difficulty class or target number for a character or monster sneaking or hiding, sneaking or hiding. Okay, the difficulty class or target number for a character or monster sneaking or hiding is always 1 plus the opponent's plus the enemy's wisdom dice roll result. Okay. So it means you always have to get higher. You can't get equal to. And I'm on the fence with this, because I kind of feel like it's a bit of a problem, because you have this strange thing with stealth when you're sneaking, and when you're trying to perceive somebody, because from the perspective of the person trying to discover and find out if somebody is trying to sneak up on them, if we're using DCs, it always makes sense that what we're looking at is it's always going to be, okay, I need to get equal to whatever a certain number is, right? And then for those of you who are rolling like a stealth check, it's sort of like it should be, well, it's going to be equal to. And so this actually creates a bit of a problem. So this is why I've made this a variant rule. The reason it's a variant rule is because it kind of breaks down the idea of getting rid of a contest. There's a reason why Wizards of the Coast are trying to have set DCs for stealthing or using the stealth skill. Just because of this problem. It's like, how do you figure it out? So the difficulty class or target number for our character or monster sneaking or hiding is always one. Is always 1 plus the enemy's wisdom dice roll result. So you always have to get better than whoever's doing the wisdom check. You always have to get 1 up on them to be able to be successful. Which is essentially the mechanic of a contest, for those of you who aren't familiar with it. And I've looked at it many times and tried to figure out, is there a way of doing it that's a bit more elegant? And I just can't find any way, other than saying the Game Master determines who is surprised in a battle, depending on the circumstances. Otherwise, you wind up with this situation here. Everything else I've looked at, static numbers, like setting it at I think Wizards of the Coast is setting it as a 15. And that doesn't make sense for somebody who's got a really high modifier who might even have a 15 for their modifier. So it's a bit awkward, right? And then, as I said, you've got that problem that because there are 2 dice rolls being made at either end, how do you make that work? So yes, and I don't want to use passive checks because it's another mathematical equation. This is why I'm making this a variant. I don't know how people feel about this. This is essentially the rule that you're using right now. The only thing that's different is I'm wording it differently. I'm just saying you have to have 1 plus whatever the enemy's wisdom dice roll result is. That's the value you have to get. So what do you got here? Just throw these out in case they help with wording. Yeah, no, keep throwing them out. But neither is surprised, both are aware of one another and can be on guard. Rules Cyclopedia. Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying. I think the point was that I needed to say something about what happens if neither side in the fight is surprised. And basically I've got a sentence that describes that. And it's clear enough. I think that's clear enough as to what you're supposed to do. This is the only thing that I've put in here because this is very, very Dungeon Master, Game Master driven. It's leaving it all in the hands of the Game Master to determine what they do, and this is just providing you with one option. And if I can come up with better ways of doing it in the future, then I will add them onto the list of variant rules, but that obviously won't be today. Okay, so we were working on this, which was trying to have a battle or combat steps that you could follow and see what you're supposed to do, step by step, bit by bit. Yep. And Fred, yes, DC is effectively a pre-roll one side of the contest rolls. Exactly. This is very much what you're talking about. That's exactly what it is. Yeah. Okay, so let me just have another drink of water. I'm running out of water here. Let's see if we can nail this little shit down. I'd be happy if we could. Okay, the threat of initiating character. So now let's work on these steps. So let's get this right. The Game Master determines if the fight involves an ambush or surprise. Game Master declares. Okay. So that's that. The turn order for the players okay, the turn order for the players and the game master is determined. Now I've missed something here, haven't I? That's it. The initiating character or the character or monster initiating the battle takes their turn. Surprise, that next. Turn order for the players and game master is determined. That comes next. Player and game master declares what the monster or character is doing. Move. Okay. So characters and monsters move and perform one action in any order. Okay, next. What do you got here, Matt? I've always wondered how an active perception check could be lower than a passive check. Well, now, so Matt, what you're describing here, let's unravel that just a little quickly. Fred, I see your comment and I want to respond to it too. Jeremy Crawford did explain that the idea behind the active perception check being lower than a passive check, the passive perception check is the floor. If you're using passive checks, the idea and intent behind the passive check is that is the lowest you can possibly get. There is a set level at which you are good at something. And the reason for using passive checks, passive perception in particular, is to get rid of the wide variation of the 20-sided dice roll. Do you know what I mean? Because you have your modifier, which is usually not that big. It might be big, it might not, but then you got a range of 1 to 20 on a 20-sided dice that you can roll. So it's quite a big range. So you can wind up with somebody who mathematically seems reasonably good, but because of the vagaries of a 20-sided dice, you don't do very well. So the idea is that the passive perception in Dungeons & Dragons 5e is the lowest score you can possibly get. So when you ask for an active perception check, rather than using the passive perception check, okay, the idea behind that is you could get better. If you get better, then you get better than the passive perception. If you get lower, you ignore the dice roll. That's the concept behind it. It would probably make more sense to not use a 20-sided dice if you wanted to get rid of that huge variation in numbers. You know, using a different dice would actually get rid of some of that problem. So using two 10-sided dice rather than a 20-sided dice would actually change the maths only slightly, but it would get rid of some of that vagary that's going on. It probably wouldn't be enough. I know some people who prefer the idea of rolling 3 6-sided dice to do it. Do you know what I mean? Because it's pretty close to, you know, if you roll 3 6s, it's pretty close to 20. And so, and it would be very difficult to roll 3 6s, you know. I suppose you would consider that your critical hit. But then, of course, the lowest number you can ever roll on 3 6s is a 3, whereas on 2 10s, it's to 2. So you're pushing the number a little bit. But part of the reason is a look at the fact that the 20-sided dice roll for resolving attacks and skill checks and ability checks is just so much wide range. The variance is so huge. All right, what do you got here, Fred? Passive is a tool, so DMs can roll for the creature versus passive and not give away to the players that something is happening in case the creature wins versus PC average roll. Yes, it is a It is basically a metagame tool. It is also used to get rid of some of that variation. But Fred is also correct. It is a game master or dungeon master tool. Passive checks is there primarily for the game master, not players, and it is there to stop metagaming, because unfortunately that's what players tend to do. And so to eliminate that working by the numbers and knowing numbers of results, you use passive checks. Do you know what I mean? Because in the past, what would happen is you would not get to roll the dice. The game master would roll the dice for you, and you would just tell them what your modifier was. That's how it would used to work. I had game masters who did that with me. They'd say, you want to make a perception check or an insight check or a listen check or a spot check or something like that. Okay, what's your modifier? And then they would roll the 20-sided dice and let you know whether you noticed something or not. So you never knew anything other than what they told you narratively. But we've been handing more and more of the dice rolls over to players, which I don't have a problem with. But there are some consequences to that. Do you know what I mean? Okay. Yes. So if that was clear, that's good. Let me just get this order down. If I can nail this, then I will take a break and then I'll come back. Okay. Turn order for a player character is determined. Now, I'm saying turn order rather than initiative. Okay. And there's a reason. There is a reason behind it. To clear what the monster or character is doing. Characters and monsters move and perform one action in any order. Let us see if we can just keep breaking this down. All or none none of a character or monster's movement speed can be used during the turn. Now, do I need to say that? I'm just wondering. Because we have a movement section here already. Well, we should. Movement. So all characters, monsters, and creatures can move their speed during their turn in a battle. Moving in combat usually consists of the following: walking, running, or shuffling. These have no penalties to the creature's speed. During battles, the following types of movement reduce the creature or character's speed by half. Climbing, crawling, swimming, jumping, or squeezing through a narrow space. A creature can use all or none or part of their movement speed during the battle. A character or creature's movement can be split up any way they like. Okay, so we've actually spelled out everything here. So monster's movement speed can be used. I don't know that we need to do that bit. What I'm going to put here instead is something else. Okay. When a character or monster makes an attack, they roll to hit and roll for damage. If the hit is successful. Okay. Okay, when a character or monster makes an attack, they roll to hit and roll for damage if the hit is successful. 7. Okay. Spellcasters spellcasters, what do I want to say here? Please let me know if you feel like the step-by-step thing is going to not help. If I've put too much in, which is potentially what I have done, you let me know, okay? Okay, spellcasters, can choose to cast a spell rather than make an attack with weapons or spellcaster can choose to cast a spell rather than make an unarmed attack or attack with a weapon. Okay. Yep. Choose. Right. Next. Now, have I made it clear? I'm just trying to think in terms of damage. I'm just trying to think back to all the damage ways that we need to look at, and I've probably not indicated how damage is determined by a spell. That would probably be one of my problems, right? I'm almost completely sure. I'm almost constantly rattling dice behind the screen so players don't know when I am rolling something versus passive. Yes, I know what you mean. Also, pass notes. It might be important to say scribble a response and pass it back. Yeah, I'm going to leave that up to a game master. I'm not, as I've said before, this is not my attempt to tell a game master how to run their game. That's like a game master or dungeon master guide sort of thing. So I'm probably not going to put that in, because ultimately I don't think it's absolutely necessary for a rule system. It's at this stage. But I see where you're going. If you were writing a game master or dungeon master guide, then I would put that advice in there, because it might be useful, particularly if you have problems with players who tend to metagame a lot. So now, all other actions in a battle are determined by whatever ability, save, or attack dice roll test the game master considers appropriate. And we have given them some guidance around that, but I think that just about does it. Okay. Spellcasters can choose to cast a spell rather than make an unarmed attack with a weapon. So here we go. This is what I need to say. Damage. Dealing spells require a attack roll or saving throw dice roll test to be successful, and damage dice are rolled Okay. Damage dealing spells require an attack roll. Damage dealing spells require an attack roll or saving throw dice roll test to be successful. And the appropriate. Oh, all over the place here. Brain is going. I know to take a break, eh? And the appropriate dice, damage dice, are rolled. Okay. Doesn't feel as clean as I would like it to be. So I feel like this little section here might need a bit of a cleanup. We'll see how we go. GM tricks, yes. A GM tricks book. Absolutely. Okay, so back to damage and doing damage. Movement, battle, 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 battle. Here we go. Okay, so this is where I did not go into enough detail under damage. A successful Okay. So a successful weapon unarmed strike or creature's natural weapon okay. A successful weapon, unarmed strike, or creature's natural weapon that hits comma, requires that a damage dice is rolled and either the dexterity or strength modifier, whichever is higher, is added to the damage dice. It's a bit of a handful, that sentence. If I can figure out how to word it better, I will. But it's a bit of a handful, that one. Okay, all right. So that is the weapon stuff. But I did not cover spell casting, and this is where it gets a little tricky. And I was thinking about it really, really hard about like how does this work, because weapon damage and then spell damage is different, isn't it? Yeah. Well, I'm not smiling right now. I can tell you that I'm actually scratching my head a little bit trying to get all of this down in a way that makes sense. And I can see already that people are going to be able to help me tidy this up. Considering how useful everybody has been here so far today. So I had a discussion with my players about spell casting and damage and how that should look and how it should work. And oh my gosh, did we have repeated discussions about what it looks like. Okay, so here we go. Let's deal with damage with spells. Magic spells that that do damage can be either a attack dice roll or dice roll, or saving throw dice roll test, depending on the spell description. Okay. And given that you can make up your own spells here, that's going to be an interesting one. Or you can port them over from an existing system. So let's see how this is going to work here. How do you word this so this is going to work? The spell okay, so each spell will have its own details on what damage dice to roll, and if a modifier is added to the damage dice. Okay. Own details on what damage dice to roll, and if a modifier is added to the damage dice. I think that's not too bad. I think that's fine. Okay. All right. So I've got that nailed down. Did I need to say anything else? I don't think I needed to say anything else. Just let me think about this a little bit. Let's just scroll down here. Other attacks, free actions, monster death, resting, variant option. For those of you who are probably going to say, what about mounted combat? What about unarmed combat? I'm probably not going to put mounted combat or unarmed underwater combat into the basic rules. So my rationale for not doing so is this. Really quickly, I'm not going to write down anything on it, but I will explain why I would not add to the basic game. The standard game, yes, but not the basic game, this one. One, because mounted combat probably won't come up that often unless they buy horses. Okay. 2, underwater combat probably won't come up very often unless you are in water or underwater. And a campaign underwater, as a general rule, it would make sense that everybody you're playing is a species that lives underwater anyway. So it probably won't be a big issue. It won't really mean very much. The 5e mechanics and the previous mechanics around underwater and mounted combat have always been garbage. They've always, and the reason why they're always garbage is it's so hard to do well. And because it's so hard to do well, my cop-out is I leave it out of the basic rules. But here's what I would say. If I had to write down, I don't want to even say it. I don't even really want to say it, but should I? Should I put in a variant and leave it there for you guys to maul over? Here's the problem with fighting underwater. It's impossible. It is so hard to do. If you have to fight in armor with standard weapons and you don't have like a gas-powered spear gun, you are dying, okay? Because as soon as you're underwater and you're in armor, you're screwed. There is no fighting. You are just going to drown. Okay, it's totally, and it doesn't make any sense whatsoever unless you are not wearing armor and you actually live in the sea. Probably fighting underwater is not going to make sense at all. For most adventurers, it's death. Fighting underwater. For horse riding, here's the other problem. Most people, when they go into mounted combat, they don't take a trained warhorse with them. Now, a trained warhorse can contend with the noise and the commotion around them because they've been trained to deal with that. And they won't be trained to handle a warhorse because they won't have done any training probably, unless their class specifies you are trained as for mounted combat, right? Because a normal horse, or normal riding horse, a pony, a mule, a donkey, you take that into combat, it is going to freak out, throw you off, you're going to fall on the ground and it's going to run away. And this is primarily the reason why I don't even bother looking at those for the basic game, because it doesn't make sense unless it's such a tight, small subset of the game that most of the time it won't ever come into play. You fall in the water, you're underwater, you're trying to fight in armor, you die. You're just going to drown. That's it. And then if you've got a horse and you go into a battle and it's not a war horse, you get bucked off, thrown on the ground, probably take a bit of damage, wind up prone, it runs away. End of mounted combat. Oh dear. Okay. All right. Let me go take a break, because I haven't taken a break in 2 hours almost, and I will come back. And maybe I should actually put up a poll and ask people how they feel about this. I'm kind of curious as to how people feel about me leaving it out of the basic rules. Because that's essentially what I would communicate to people with regard to mounted combat and underwater. Is that do you like heavy metal album cover artwork? So yes, 76%. Oh, no, 10%. Undecided, 14%. All right. Now, I admit, if you were dealing with a younger generation, you probably wouldn't want to do this. Let me put up a new poll. Do you want me to include mounted combat and underwater combat in the basic game? That is my question. Yes. No. Undecided. And just watching. Okay, I'm going to put up this new poll. Do you want me to include mounted combat and underwater combat in the basic game? That is my new poll. And I am going to take a quick break because I can feel the call of the wild, and then I'll come back and we continue. And we're going back to the beginning. And I believe we're actually pretty close. Honestly, I think we're really, really close to finishing. I think I might get it done today. You never know. All right, 5 minutes or less, I'll be back. Okay. Oh, coming back in. Let's have a look here. Transition back over and capture the screen. And where are my... Sorry, people. Just trying to catch up with things. No. I am so pleased to see that people do not want it in the basic game. I'm very, very happy. Okay. What I will do is I'll put it in missing. For those of you who are eventually going to want something, but not in the basic game. Mounted combat. Mounted combat. Bracket. Not basic game. And I'm not going to cover it. I will write here, not possible without a war horse or war mount and the rider trained. Okay. And I'll put the next one here is underwater combat, not basic game, and not possible possible while wearing armor. Sorry, wearing armor. I think that's what I was going to say. Because you could fight underwater if you weren't wearing armor, but if you're wearing any armor, you kind of, yes, you're poked, really. Right, okay, and I'll put these as, I'll number these. These are for working on at a later date, people. And I obviously have to do a better job than other people have done over the years on this one. Otherwise, yeah, what the heck am I doing? It can't be that hard to do, he says, but it honestly, it's really difficult. I totally understand why they have trouble with it. One action. So, casting a spell. Usually attacks made in a fight or battle are made with melee weapons, ranged weapons, improvised weapons, unarmed strikes, punches, kicks, blows, knees, on teeth and tails, body parts, special abilities. An attack requires a attack dice roll Okay, an attack requires an attack dice roll test to be successful. If damage dice roll tests. Sorry, I've got to transfer over. I haven't done that. I'll do it now. Sorry. Gosh, I've got this nasty tendency of not remembering the transition over. Kyrell, how's it going? It does not yet. Unarmed and mounted combat doesn't come up very much. Although if one of my friends Simon had the opportunity, he'd be on a mount all the time. Yeah, I think that's very much so. I wish the mount's HP would scale as you level up. Oh, well, I don't know. I don't know that necessarily needs to be the case. Do you know what I mean? I was talking to somebody about the fatality rate for horses in battle, and apparently my friend who's into history said the data and research on it is inconclusive because there was hardly any records taken. what they did say is there were a lot of additional horses taken into a battle compared to the... So if you have cavalry of, say, 500, they would take 5,000 horses, or they would take almost like 10 times as many. So you kind of wonder, is that because of fatigue on the animal, or is it something else going on? Is that because of fatality rate? So it's kind of interesting as a topic, but for a role-playing game, it's a giant pain, I'm sure. I mean, I used to have to replace my horse all the time, fireballed all the time. It used to suck, but you know, it's life. It's just life. If damage dice roll, okay. An attack requires an attack dice roll test to be successful. If damage dice are rolled. Sorry, people, I'm just cleaning this up a little bit. Attacks and damage. Okay, so next. Spells. Casting a spell. Usually casting a spell takes one action or a character on a character or monster's turn, but they can take longer, but would not be used in battle that has turn orders. A turn order. Has a turn order. Okay, right, next. Okay, a spell may so a can involve either an attack roll, saving throw, roll, saving throw, or involve either an attack roll, saving throw. What's the other one? Ability test, or no dice roll test. Okay, so there are rather a lot of different types of spells, so yeah. See the page on making attacks and saving throws. Okay, I got it. Good. Wonderful. How's it going? Prepare, cook, and survive. Okay. So, look, even fighting underwater in light armor would be a giant pain. I remember trying to get out of a jumper in water as part of the survival program at school. And, just to make sure you didn't drown and stuff like that. So can you get out of your clothing? You had to be able to get out of it. And it's actually very hard. And that is just a jumper. Can you imagine leather armor? It would not be good. Even moving around in leather armor. Moving around in clothes that are wet is hard enough. That's very difficult sometimes. It slows you down. 2 in a row. Whoa. Horses equals ransom. Mongrels had 3 mounts. The Mongols regularly had 3 remounts. That's why they move so fast. Yeah, fatigue would be a factor, but possibly injury to the animals as well. I like to see Fred's opinion and options on water and mounted combat, but think it needs a whole session with the gang to flesh out. Also looking at other system rules to inspire us might help. Yeah, I agree. And I will come back to it, but not here. I think that's another day. Okay. And yes, thank you for that information, by the way, Buried Axe. Scaling mounts equals donkey, mule, horse, dragon. Yes. When I said war mounts, I meant a lot of things. Battlefield control or utility. Yes. Actually, Fred, you do make a good point. Maybe that is a sentence that does actually need to be included. So let me just go. Actually, I'm going to take it straight out of the chat. Okay, so I see that the poll is changing now. So Fred, let's take your little statement here, and we'll just take it straight out of the chat. Sorry about the strange jump, people. Right, let's go here. We're going to put it before the mechanical side. I'm going to paste this. Spells can be offensive, defensive, battlefield control, or utility in function. Or utility. Okay. Spells can be offensive, defensive, battlefield control. Okay. Spells can be offensive, defensive, control the battlefield. Let's do that. Control the battlefield. Or have a utility function when applied to a battle. So that's that little bit. Okay, so this I think the combat section is relatively well tied up now. So let's here's something I probably need to do, and I didn't say anything about it. I didn't say anything about grappling, grabbing, throwing, and why it's dex and or strength. I needed more explanation, didn't I not? I'm pretty sure I did. Okay, so back to, that's the spell attack roll. And then this is the melee unarmed. And this is where I probably did not give you enough. And I'm wondering if I need to have it, should I have it? I would probably need to have it closer to where the attack is. Cut this. And if I move it, if I move it further up, further up, melee weapon, it probably should sit somewhere between melee attacks with weapons and unarmed and ranged attacks and spell attacks. It should probably sit about there, shouldn't it? Let's make sure I put it there. So let's paste this. And let's sort this out for you. And sorry people, I'm really struggling a little bit. I need to put a lozenge in there maybe. That'll help. So I've done a lot of grappling and throwing in my time. So I actually know a fair amount about this. And I've always considered a lot of the game mechanics around it, as a lot of us have always been very frustrated by D&D. Grappling, grabbing, and throwing has been a complete pain in the butt. Okay? I think they have finally started to cotton on to what they need to do with this. So, And I've seen the arguments against why the new 1D&D approach to grabbing, grappling, and throwing is a bad idea. And it's usually because it favors dexterity, because of armor class requiring dexterity. But I'll explain why this is probably more useful than you might think to actually approach it this way. The only thing I think that is stupid is escaping from a grab or grapple should take your action. It's hard to get out of a grapple or a throw. Releasing from a grab is much easier, but it's still a bit time consuming in terms of what you're doing. It's not something that I think should be automatically built into the end of your turn. Yeah, that's my 2 cents there. What do we got here? There's a few people saying stuff, and I've missed a lot of this. So Fred, thank you for that statement. It helped clear that up quite nicely. Invincible mount pets, yeah. Just sweatshirt and sweatpants are seriously encumbering when trying to swim. Yes, Fred. So Fred makes F Harbor makes a really good point. I'll tell you, man, you cannot be. It's so hard just to swim. Trying to fight, you're dead, mate. You couldn't do it. Not unless they're in the sweatpants and a sweatshirt as well. Oh, my first +1 is inspiration from you. Thank you. If a pixie spells can be whimsy, I don't know what you mean by that. So Pale Rider's back. Okay. You guys are talking to each other now. I know what's going on here. Grappling, another use flask of oil. Joe Rogan. How did Joe Rogan come into the picture? Anyway, I can see pixies and flying is now a topic. Let me go over this. This is kind of like an extension of the melee weapon attack. Could be dexterity or strength based. And this is where I'm going. It's not dependent on the same factors as a weapon or an unarmed strike. But what it does what you do need to take into consideration is that it's not as unreasonable as you might think to consider using either one. I've said this before. So grabbing a creature usually requires speed, but okay, so grabbing a creature usually requires speed sorry, and a small amount of strength, but maintaining the hold on a creature is dependent on strength and speed. So getting it on, you can rely on that, but maintaining it is hard. Okay. So grabbing a creature usually requires speed and a small amount of strength, but maintaining the hold on a creature is dependent on strength and speed. I'm so sorry, people. I'm really struggling with the mucus today. Kind of disgusting. So grappling. So a grab is not the same as grappling. Grappling is much, much harder. So just grabbing hold of somebody is difficult. So grabbing a creature usually requires one free hand, speed, and a small amount of strength. Okay, so I got that bit in. grappling is much more difficult to perform successfully than grabbing a creature because it is dependent on speed, strength, and expert training. And actually, to a large degree, I would also say stamina. It's exhausting. To put a grapple onto somebody and hold it in place, it tires you out really fast. Because it is dependent on speed, strength, stamina. But our stamina is already built into the equation through our hit points or health points. So we really don't need to worry about that aspect of it. The expert training factor, that's important. So whenever you're doing this, it's like you wouldn't be able to grapple somebody. You don't really need training to grab somebody, but you do need training to grapple somebody. Do you know what I mean? It's just one of those things. It's much more difficult to perform. What have we got here? Joe says Dex to acquire the hold, strength to keep it, and Dex and strength to break the hold. So here's one of the things I've always found is actually Dex and strength are not required to break the hold. Speed can also be a big factor. And if you've ever had to wrestle, if you're a guy who's been quite large and had to wrestle with a woman or somebody who's smaller than you, you will realize that they can get free and they're not using strength, they're using something else. And it's a bit hard to define. It's the fact that when you hold them, you can't hold them perfectly because of the way your body's made. And so their little limbs can just zip out of your little hold pretty easily sometimes. They can draw them out. They're not using a lot of strength. It's speed and the fact that you can't put a hold on very effectively on a human body. The human body is like a weird thing. Momentum, yes, momentum might come into play here. You don't need training to grapple. You need it to restrain. No, you do, Noroak, you do. So when I say grapple, what I mean is a grapple. A grapple is, I know in Dungeons and Dragons we kind of call grappling grabbing. And forget about 5e for a second. Grabbing is just grabbing somebody. I've kind of described that. Grappling is much harder. So, and I maybe the best way I can do this is if I define this a little bit more. So grab. Sorry. Let's define this a bit more. Define. Okay. So grabbing a creature usually requires one free hand, speed, and a small amount of strength. Okay, so that's that. So grappling. So I don't think I need to add anything, but grappling is different. Define grappling. Engaging in close struggle. What we're talking about is wrestling, essentially. When we're talking about grappling, that's what we're talking about. And I think that's how I need to define it so you understand more. Grappling involves locking restraining or pinning a creature's body or limbs. Body, head, or limbs. Head. Limbs, so that they can't be moved. Okay, so grappling involves locking, restraining, or pinning a creature's body, head, or limbs so that they can't be moved. That's the big factor. So grappling, really, when you look at grappling, you can't really fight when you're grappling somebody. If you're doing it right and you're not just trying to lock down one limb, but you're locking down the whole thing, which is like if you don't do the whole body, lock everything down properly, and you're letting things move around too much, then it's not really a very good grapple. You know what I mean? It won't last 5 seconds. It won't even last 2 seconds. So that's what I really mean by grappling. Grappling is much more difficult to perform, blah, blah, blah. Strength. I'm going to drop this down a little bit because this isn't going to help us. Okay. Form a creature because it is dependent on speed, strength, stamina, and expert training. Throwing a creature involves now probably the best way I can do this, because the throw would probably be defined in the thing. They did not define it very well in the dictionary here, but throwing might be better. So throwing a creature involves now, what's the best way to describe this? Involves forcing a creature to the ground with leverage that unbalances the creature. So they are prone. Really, you're trying to get them to the ground. That's what throwing is. Throwing a creature involves forcing a creature. Throwing involves. This is just. Why am I doing throwing? Throwing involves forcing a creature to the ground with leverage that unbalances the creature, so they are prone. Okay. Now. Give me a second. Just get my head together with this, because I've got to describe this right, don't I? Huh. Yeah, an arm bar would be grappling, another joint lock, something like that. But an arm bar is really not that useful. An arm bar is painful, but you can still get out of it. Do you know what I mean? A neck lock is probably the worst one because it's only dealing with one part of the body, but you do leave, if you leave the arms free, you're not going to have the headlock on for long unless you can apply the pressure very quickly and break the neck. So yeah, you're going to wind up with your goalies being crushed. A round and 2 rounds after stabbing toe, sliced myself. Ah, dear. Pain is... Don't forget, Fred, it is a legit Kiwi ninja. He knows that what he's talking about. No, I'm not a legit... There's ninjas. Good Lord. Are we talking about that? This is basics. This is what normal people know when they go and train in martial arts. If you've done any fighting, you know this stuff. This is not new. This is all basic. It's just maybe game designers. Well, Chris Perkins should know all this stuff because he's involved in martial arts. I don't know why they haven't got better rules around it. Anyway, maybe that's because he doesn't deal with the rules. He deals with the story. Throwing is dependent on all the factors that a grapple requires to be successful, to be effective. Okay, right. So we've done grabbing, different from grappling, done to throwing. So now this is where my problem will lie, and I was thinking about it. It's one of the reasons why I avoided talking about the topic in the first place, is because as soon as I start talking about this, there's this nasty tendency in my brain to start codifying it, and if I start codifying it, that causes problems. Because then you have a whole slew of complicated rules that come out. And again, that's not the purpose of this. The basic rules that I'm trying to put together, I'm not trying to make it hugely complicated. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make it easy for people to understand why we're doing something. So here is, I guess, the best way I can describe this. Going from a grab to a grapple is probably a natural progression. Going from a grab to a throw is definitely possible. Going from a counter attack, counter strike to a grapple is very difficult. Going from a counter strike, so when you actually have somebody attacks you, and then going into a throw, is a bit easier. That's why we have Aikido. Okay, Jiu-Jitsu. To go from somebody attacking you and into a grapple is a difficult thing to do. It really is. It's much more difficult than throwing somebody. And as I've said before, usually the first person to try to throw is the one who loses. So when you see those people performing judo and throwing and aikido and throwing, it might look easy, but it ain't. It's very difficult. Okay, grabbing, piece of cake. Staying grabbed is difficult. Right, so what are we going to do here? A game master can require an additional action to do I want to say that? Do I really want to say that? Because there's a time when you grab and there's a benefit. There's a time when you grapple and there's a benefit. And there's a time when you throw and it's a benefit. And the time factor required for either one has to be pretty similar. A grab is actually going to take less time than grappling or throwing, for sure. But when you think about the minuscule amounts of seconds involved, like you're talking about split seconds here. And in game terms, does that really mean you need another action? Actually, it doesn't. It doesn't. A game master can require an action for any grab, grapple, or throw. Okay, next. this is where it's going to be interesting. This is where I get a little unsure how I'm going to make this work. How am I going to make this work? Copy. We're going to do this. We'll do this. Select dexterity or the strength modifier. Now. Actually, because wrestling. Come on. Wrestling. Involves both speed and strength. Combatants might rely more on one aspect, one attribute to maximize their wrestling, their efficiency. Oh God, there's sometimes I unlock in this efficiency. Sometimes I'm looking at it, I'm thinking it's just too much. There's just too much complicated stuff to maximize their efficiency. Okay. Because you can have people who are small, not that strong, but fast, and they're good at wrestling. You can have people who are really strong, not that fast, and they can be good at wrestling. So, yeah, it's about how you work with what you've got. So, select Dex or no, it's not what I want. Maximize. Okay. Select the dexterity or the strength modifier when making grapple, grab, grapple, or throwing actions. Okay. Now, that's not going to work. It doesn't really quite work this way, does it? Because I haven't explained exactly what I'm doing here. Sorry, people, if I'm not completely clear. What are people saying here? +1 braces. No, I don't remember this. Kiwin jar. Getting a hold of a wrist is very effective. Actually, it's the easiest grab to get hold of, to get out of. Somebody grabbing a wrist, it's the easiest way to get out of it. Piece of cake. I took Aikido and Jiu-Jitsu. If you get your wrist, you're going exactly where I want you. Well, Aikido, the problem is you never want anybody who's practicing Aikido to get a hold of you. And Jiu-Jitsu, because of the way you're trained, it's not just that. You're going to end up breaking a bone. Probably the hand, I would imagine, or the wrist. I've seen more than a few people who practice karate and trained with somebody who was doing Aikido, and the Aikido guys always break the wrist, even in training, because they usually don't fight with those techniques because it's too easy to break joints. +1 braces. Yep, Aikido is easier Easy of the two, yes. Disarming and subduing them with minimal injury to them. Yes, but like I said, I think a lot of people think that judo and aikido are non-aggressive, and they definitely aren't. They can do a lot of damage real quick. Yes, no, you can't prepare, cook, and survive. This is one of the things I'm trying to say is getting the realism of grabbing, grappling. You just can't do that. From a real perspective, this is why I'm just going with pick dexterity modifier or strength modifier and make an attack. Okay, for the basic rules that a 5-year-old could understand, I'd say unarmed fighting causes one point of damage plus strength modifier. Whichever is first is... Oh, now, did I do the damage roll on unarmed strikes? I don't think I did. So, thank you. Is it Prepare, Cook, or Survival Pale Rider? Pale Rider. You just made a good point. I did not put in how much damage you do with an unarmed strike. And I need to say that, don't I? I didn't say that. Oh, all right. Okay. Let me just nail this down a little bit more. So, select the dexterity or the strength modifier when making grab or grapple or throw actions. Whichever is higher, and add it to the attack roll. Test. Attack roll. Test. Okay. So we're making an attack roll rather than it being a skill contest. I think 1D&D was on the right track with this, and yes, it's the right way to go. It's the right approach, in my opinion. And going with either dexterity or strength modifier, I'm so glad to see them doing that. Escaping a grapple is another task in itself. Escaping a grapple or grab. Should I say throw as well? No, the problem with a throw is it's all over. You're gone and done. Whereas a grapple is still in place and it's going to extend over. So throwing often winds up looking like, in game terms, the better option, doesn't it? I actually need to take another break and come back. But I'm kind of curious as to how that poll went that I put up before. Let's go here. I'm going to bold this, underline it. I think I finally got that. You have reminded me that I need to make sure that I add in the damage on unarmed strikes. So let's go find the damage section. Attacking, casting spells, calculating damage for a hit. Here we go. So, and I probably need to break it down, don't I? For... I probably need to break it down for anything that is weapons, spells, unarmed. I probably need to do that because it doesn't quite work. Let's do this. Let's make this a little bit easier to sort of reference. So weapon, damage, and we'll go like that, and we'll go underline. I go here and down again. Magic, spell damage, and that's that one. And so I don't forget, since I probably should have put it here straight after weapon damage, unarmed strike damage. All right, so give me 5 minutes. I'll be back. I'm going to take a break now because it seems like it's the appropriate time, and I'll work on that. Thank you for reminding me about that. I had almost missed it completely. Hello, brother. I'll be back in a sec. Okay, here I come, back in. What was I doing here? Oh, actually, I wanted to look at what people were saying. Actually, I want to put up a new poll too before I continue. I will do unarmed strike damage because you'd made a good point. I should have done something with that. No. Okay, so that's the mounted combat and underwater combat will not put in the basic rules. My next question is for you. I already have my opinion and I'm probably going to do it that way anyway. But let me just say this. Do you think it should require a action to escape from a grab or grapple? Okay, do you think it should require an action to escape from a grab or grapple? Here we go. This is a yes, no, undecided, and just watching. For those of you who are unaware, my breaks are very short. I have limited time, so I cannot fiddle about. So yes, in and out, quick as I can. All right, let's have a look at what people are saying here. Gnome launches question: are you going to cover dwarf tossing and gnome bowling? Oh, good lord! Really? That's where we're going to go? If you want to be a 5-year-old playable, I think you'll need 2 systems. Pale Rider, yes, I'm already very much aware of that. For a 5-year-old, I probably there's going to have to be a basic and a basic for 5-year-olds. I kind of already knew this, so you're right. And game sims don't think yes. Mundane humans, the basic rules of strike 1 point of damage plus strength modifier, whichever reaches 0 first is pending. So it's interesting, Pale Rider. So with regard to unarmed strikes and the damage off an unarmed strike, I was looking at Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, and much to my surprise, if you go far enough back, it was 1 or 2 points of damage. That was it, 1 or 2 points of damage, nothing else. And the idea of using a strength modifier came kind of later. Do you know what I mean? Yipers Fred, my best buddy in Vermont, 4 inches shorter than me, 30 to 40 pounds less weight. Me, old Street Fighter, him, state champ, tossed me on my head easily. Yeah, look, I've been tossed around by small people before. It's embarrassing, but it happens. Yes, it is cruel. Yeah, but things break. So, brother, how are you doing? Improvised weapons such as rocks, bar stools, the Drunken Master, Prestige class had roles for that. How to RPG? Yes. So, I was thinking in terms of improvised weapons and so forth, and I think it falls under weapons. I don't think it necessarily has to have its own section. I might feel differently once the first draft goes out, though. Okay, your point about improvised weapons is a legitimate concern, because I can see people trying to do something with improvised weapons, but I think at this present time I'm not too worried about it. I think it'll be all right. I could be wrong. Yeah, I did actually include the word improvised weapons as well. So anyway, let's do the unarmed strike thing. While you guys are answering my my little question there, which I kind of figure there would be a bit of a spread on the opinion on that one. But anyway, I'm going to jump back to my document in a second, but I just want to catch up with chat because it's easier to look at the computer screen than my tiny phone. Another reason people think Aikido is a hoax is the fact that it's made up using sword combat movements. Looks quite odd. Yes. Gnome bowling. Right, what else I got here? The betting games. Maybe it's under the betting games. Secret gnome bowling. Oh, good lord. You guys want to bowl gnomes, do you? Candle pins. Light launchers. Okay, so, alright, so this is... You guys are going silly now. I can see this. Which is fine. You guys do your silly thing. I just got to try to read through it. That's the only hassle. Subdue damage. Makes a wonderful improvised weapon. Basic 5, fully purchase it into thinking that you are getting advanced and they are getting the simplified rules. Ah, dear. Oh, that's nice. That's funny. We used to be playing... Is there anything else that there is actually useful there? No. No, there isn't. Okay, I can move back to my document. Thank gosh. All right, let's do this. You guys keep entertaining yourselves while I keep talking and explaining why I'm doing stuff, okay? I'm not giving up on the fact that I might be able to get the draft done today. I know it's always a pie in the sky sort of thought, but you never know. So here's the damage on unarmed strikes. I've already got it down. What I haven't done is I haven't stipulated that it's 1 plus your strength or... So that was the reason why I had done it. Because I had noticed in Advanced Dungeons and Dragons... Sorry, so I'm just taking me back to why I had decided to write it that way. I decided not to have a different way of calculating it for unarmed strikes. Because it was clear to me that Gary had sort of looked at 1 or 2 points of damage and there was no strength modifier. So I was like, does it really make sense that we pick 1 point of damage plus your strength modifier as your unarmed strike? And so I was sitting there and trying to decide, was it necessary to commit to that or not? And so if I put it in, it would be a variant. I think that's what it needs to be, is it needs to be a variant on damage. Like the variant damage modifier that we've got here, which is strength. I think this would have to be a variant. And so that's how I will write it. I'll write it as a variant, okay? So let me just grab this. Now I now remember why I decided this. So I do a lot of research on this behind closed doors. You don't really get to see. And sometimes I kind of forget why I decided to do something a particular way. But, yeah. At least you have highlighted that point, and maybe I should just make that a variant. Because people are very familiar with that approach, right? Variant, unarmed strike damage option. You never know just how much you need to put into a game system to make it work for you. So let's go with this. Okay, let's go with that. I'm going to go copy, take that, chuck this here, paste it. A successful hit requires that it's not a damage dice. Requires that one plus the strength or dexterity. What am I doing here? Dexterity. That's not dexterity. Come on, Fred. Losing it already. Modifier. Whichever is higher is added to the damage dice. Okay. Is added together. Okay, so a successful hit requires that 1 plus the strength or dexterity modifier, whichever is higher, is added together. That's what we're very familiar with. So I'll put that in as a variant, but I'm not going to nail you down because I want you to have room to adjust that if you need to. Which means that I have made an error with this somewhere, whichever is higher. It's not. It's not whichever. A successful hit requires that the damage dice is rolled and the strength modifier is added to the damage dice. That's what that's supposed to read as. This is the variant for, this is one that we'll probably use. This is weapon damage, variant weapon damage modifier option. Okay. This is variant. Okay, that's right. Okay, so I got that right down. Okay, cool. Lovely. Whew. Hashtag escaping a grapple. Grapple. Good Lord, escaping. I hate this. Predictive text sucks. Escaping a grapple. Right. Variant damage equals flat of the blade. Yeah, I don't want to do too many of the variants because I want to do that later. I like the Goliath, who was like a halfling. Okay. Roll deception. Anyway. Alright, so we're doing alright. So you guys are responding to the escape. Let's go back to escape, because we're finally... I got a little bit distracted, didn't I? Attacking, grappling... Was grappling this way or that way? Movement? It got to be down further, doesn't it? Yeah, I've gone in the wrong direction. I go down. Restrain. No, that's not where it is. Where is grappling? Where did I stick grappling? It's got to be somewhere. Is it? Did I put it in a weird place? That's the fighting, combat. That's that one. Where is it? No. Ah, here we go. I stuck it here. Why did I put it here? Because of attacks. I put it under attacks, didn't I? This is why it's here. Okay, all right. Now I understand. So that might be a mistake to put it there, because that might actually really confuse things too much. We've got ranged attacks. We've got attacks. I've broken that down into ranged and melee. Do I have spell attack? I got the spell attack roll, but maybe the grapple needs to be in the combat section. What do people think? Leave it where it is. I think it belongs in the combat section rather than in the area under the basic dice rolling mechanics. I may have put it in the wrong place. All right. I'll have a think about it while I fill this in. So escaping. So escaping. So when a creature wants to escape from a grab or grapple, it needs to be in combat. Yeah, I was thinking that myself. What do you got here, Pal? I treat unarmed damage differently once you deplete the hit points. The target is subdued and Okay, all right. Yeah, I think it does need to be shifted. So I'll shift it now so I don't forget. I was looking at it, I was thinking, oh, it's in the wrong place, isn't it? So we'll cut this whole section here. We'll leave these defined here. I don't want to really stick melee, ranged, and spell attacks into the combat section because it's separated from where attack rolls are determined, and that's going to just confuse things. But really, I guess it'll come down to when you guys decide to use this, if you decide to use this, that is, where it seems appropriate to place it. It definitely needs to be under attacks. So making an attack, casting a spell, it needs to be here. So I'll stick it here. Paste. And that's grapple, that's that. Okay, so when a creature wants to escape from a grab or a grapple, so escaping a grab or a grapple, I don't want to put grab here. Grab or grapple. Grapple and move this. Sorry. All right. When a creature wants to escape from a grab or a grapple, they must use their action because it's more difficult to escape these than now. This is where my problem lies, is I'm not sure I'm happy with it. I don't know that I think a grab is something that's that hard to get free of. And a grapple, but a grapple is harder to get free of than a grab. But how do I define it if I don't wind up codifying too much more? Which is probably where I'd wind up going. The path of the pummeler. Okay. This is one of those times definitely when I'm feeling like it's going to be a pain. It's going to be a pain. Do I really need to do anything with that? Do I need to define them separately? Because I don't know that I've got anything as a structure in place to allow for it to be easily worked out. Shove, throwing, prone, okay, escaping a grapple. Yeah, because they refer to grappling and they don't have sort of like grabbing. Grabbing a creature and grappling is it's all tied together in 5e. So I don't want to necessarily unhinge them, but there is sort of like a difference to it. So I must use the action because it is more difficult to escape from these than apply them. Apply them. Oh, we're heading into the weeds, people. I feel it now. Yeah, you do need to have a bit of training. Training is very important in terms of escaping. When a creature wants to escape from a grapple or grab, they must use their action because it is more difficult to escape these than apply them. And I guess the other thing, if anything, I would say, much like putting them on, they are dependent on speed, strength, and training. There is a certain degree of, getting free of a grab is easier than getting free of a grapple, but okay. And if I define them separately, what does that mean in game turns? How does that work for a game master and the players? Okay, so this is what I'll do here. A grab, okay, so escaping, a grab requires primarily speed and strength. With a little training. Grappling, but escaping from a grapple is dependent on expert training, speed, and strength. That is the kind of the difference. One is easier to get it out of than the other. Now, I was sitting here trying to think about how to do this without making it a giant puddle of mess. That's where my head was at. And I looked at it and I was wondering how is the easiest way to look at this in terms of what is the way that we use? What do we use as a gauge for the escaping process? And we're working with an attack to put it on, and then the escape, and this is one of the parts of it that I am the least convinced about out of everything else, I can assure you right now. It is going to cause me the most headaches. I can see it now. Show. The rubber-like bones, seriously. Reversal on a grapple. I've done a trip with an arm bar with a neck grab to reverse a grab before. It wasn't a critical, it was a maneuver. It set myself up to be grappled. Fiat, yeah. Oath of the punching. Right, so this is where I am a little unsure what I want to do here without using variant rules that I've already built. So I can't do that, can I? So how do we get out of the grapple and make this work? How do I write this up? A creature escaping from a grapple, grapple must succeed on a strength or what's the other one? Or dexterity. Strength or dexterity dice roll test. Test compared with a difficulty class or target number. Okay, so what is the target number? The difficulty class or target number to escape the hold is the same as the original attack roll result. It's a little different, but it's relatively simple. So how would I describe this working? So imagine you have an armor class of, say, 15, and you make an attack, and you roll your 20-sided dice, and you say your modifier is a 5, okay? And you've got to get that armor class of 15. You've got to be successful to get your grab on or your grapple on. And so you're probably thinking, why would you ever go for the grab over the grapple? Well, there probably would be situations, but anyway, this is not nuanced stuff. This is basic game. So I rolled an 18. So you take the 18, you would add the 5 for your attack modifier, if that was your attack modifier, and you get 18 and 5 is 23. So now 23 is the DC to escape. Rather than having somebody else roll dice over and over again to show that it's like a dynamic process, I actually think it's going to be better to set that DC as the original attack that was performed. So there's some benefits to that, in that you don't have to worry about 2 people rolling dice every single time. You don't have to worry about having a dice contest, which confuses people, and you can use it as a DC, because whatever they get, their DC is never going to be any higher than your armor class. And the other really good aspect to this is you get to use strength or dexterity. So a creature with a low armor class but a high strength is probably going to escape. More than likely, they're probably going to escape. Okay? So that's where I was going with this. Is Fiat not merely a held action? Question. Fiat is, I suppose, in many respects, it would be, yes. Yes, it would be. Yeah, I can always backtrack on this. I think this is probably the best way to go. This keeps it super simple. The difficulty class or target number to escape the hold is the same as the original attack roll. Original attack dice roll test result. There's a lot going on there, but I think that is that clear enough? Does that make sense, people? If people don't make sense of this and it looks a bit confusing, let me know if I need to rewrite it. But I think that I've been thinking about this a lot, and like what you would do, but I'm not sold on the idea, because I think what they've done with 1D&D in terms of the escape is garbage, but I'm not entirely sure that this is necessarily any better. Because the last thing I want to do with a grab or a grapple with people trying to escape from it is have 2 people rolling dice. It would be the worst situation under the sun. It certainly indicates sort of dynamic, but once you've put a grab or a grapple on, it is possible to improve your grab or grapple the more time that passes. But I've always found that once you put a grab or grapple on, unless you got it right the first time, you're probably not going to get much better at putting it in place. And if anything, you kind of have to respond to whatever somebody else is trying to do when they're trying to escape. So I think this is actually going to make it a little bit easier to escape from a grapple or a grab, doing it this way. But we'll see. I don't know. It's just, it doesn't make sense. Is it easy to understand? And I'm not convinced that it is, but I'll put it in there. It makes sense? Okay, thank you. It makes sense to me? Okay, good. The attack gets the bonus, but the escaper versus the roll of, yeah, exactly. So that's probably the best way to do this, okay? So you have to use your action. You can use your strength or your dexterity modifier, okay, when you make your ability check, and it's basically an ability check. So a creature escaping from a grapple or grab can succeed on a strength or dexterity dice roll test compared with a difficulty class or target number. And the target number is set as that. Okay, so we're good. All right, and it seems to make sense for a few of you, so that's always nice too. Let's get over here to the very beginning, because I had a whole lot of unfinished things. Hopefully my brain is working well enough. We're now into just over 3 hours of me doing this, so usually I start to fall apart, don't I? This is where we are at. Now, we were dealing with the Game Master, and I was struggling with the Game Master. For some reason, I was struggling with what the heck does a Game Master do? So I think probably we need to nail down what does a Game Master do, because that's where I'd started. I got this. What have I got here? The Game Master presents a situation for the players or a character. For a character that okay. A Game Master presents a situation for the players of a character to what is it? Overcome. Okay. All right. So obviously, brain is starting to shut down, but we will get there. How to play. Set up. Getting started. No. How to play. All right. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump back. I'm going to start up a new poll, because that'll shift the focus from this. So we end the poll I had before. I'll start a new poll. And it will be revolving around what you think, Game Master. We've done this before. You guys were really trying really hard to help with that, and it made a big difference. And yes, everybody thinks that it should require an action out of 9 votes to actually escape from a grab or grapple. If you'd said differently, I probably would have not have paid attention anyway, guys, because I was looking at it and I was like, there's no way this can be, other than to make the game easier for players that get grappled, because often monsters tend to grapple characters more than characters grapple monsters. So here's what does, now, what's my question? What does a Game Master do? What does a Game Master do? What does a Game Master do? And that is... that's not a poll. This needs to be just a straight out question. Okay. This is going to be a little bit more interesting than I had thought. What's the best way to sort of link this so that you guys have got something to do and help me in this process? And I'm trying hard to think of it. Hang on. This is what I wanted to... Do you ever read the beginning? That's the question. That's actually more important. Do you ever read the beginning of a role-playing game rule set on what a Game Master does? That is my question, because I was looking at it and thinking just how important it is. Yes, no, and for beginners, which is, this game is supposed to be designed for new people, right? Undecided, and just watching. What is that noise? Somebody's making coffee. Just watching. Okay. Do you ever read the beginning of a role-playing game rule set on what a Game Master does? Yes, no, undecided, and just watching. That is my question. What does a Game Master or Dungeon Master do? Really? That is my question. Let's mark that there. Alright. Andre the Giant. Yeah, so Andre, look, so Andre the Giant and the Princess Bride is a good example where you have the man in black manages to get the grab on, and Andre's trying to get him off. But it is a fantasy, so it's not like a real situation. Are you talking about Vegemite now? Good Lord. More DMs should read it. Yeah, probably. Yes, I do read all the rules. It's important to know. Yeah. But that's not really the rule system, is it? That what we're talking about is different. This is sort of it's the pre-bit. It's the bit at the beginning that sort of describes what you're doing. Do you know what I mean? Like, how often do we actually look at this thing? Because most of us, if we've played for a while, we don't bother looking at that. But as a new Dungeon Master, Game Master, when I think about it, I don't know that I ever looked at it that much anyway. I might have read it occasionally, just on the offhand, because I had nothing better to do. But, okay, let me just have a look here. Okay. Let's unhighlight all of this, because that is not helpful by having it highlighted right now. So we'll unhighlight, and we're going to fix this. Okay, so this is where we go. The Game Master what is this? Presents the adventure to the player characters. And adjudicates the outcome of rules when they apply. Is that probably about where we're at? I think it is. Corel. Yes, they should read it. All right, else. It's a role-playing master book for Game Master for sale. Make an offer. Okay. I love that Vegemite was eating his carrots in it. Well, I'm glad you were loving that. I thought it was ridiculous that people thought it was even remotely entertaining. Rest in peace. Yes. You read front to back? Okay, thank you, Noroak. Damaris? Is it Damaris? That part has nothing to do with the rules. I use it to get an insight into what the author thinks what a DM should do, since the author writes this part from their prov. Okay. Yep. And I need to know the designer's perspective on DMing, so to say this part should provide it. Right. So really what you're saying here is this is my view, if I'm writing it, in my perspective of what a game master does. And actually that seems pretty legit. As a insight, I think that's pretty legit. Vegemite is yeah, don't worry about Vegemite. Vegemite's probably run away. I have no idea. Masters are what you are left over when the game has failed. Ever depicted. So, all right. So let's, now that you've kind of nailed down what I think it is. So the Game Master presents the adventure to the player characters and adjudicates the outcome of the rules when they apply. So we're going to get rid of this. So a situation is described. What do they do? Now that's just more like that's probably more the method of play and sample of play that we're talking about here. Although it is part and parcel of what they do. A situation, location, or environment is described by the game master to the players of a character to overcome Okay. So that's probably part of it, but it's not all of it. A situation, location, environment. I think what I'll do is I will just take this bit out here. I'm going to cut this. I'm not going to take it away completely. So a situation is described by the game master to the players of a character to overcome. It's not overcome actually, it's to react to respond to. Paste this here. We're going to take this. I'm going to deal with this in a second. I'm going to pull this here. I'm going to go cut. Okay. Okay, so facilitating and adjudicating the rules of the game all right, let me just have a look. Let's have a look at chat. How are we doing? Yeah, your design should follow your DM core philosophy, and that is what I, as another DM, read your rules. Kinda have to know. Yes, okay, that's fine. Okay, let's see. Let's go here. I've not really ever had to define what I think a game master is in terms of my perspective. And really that's what we're looking at here. Very insightful. Maybe this will be quite hard for me to actually lock down and actually state. I'm not sure, but interesting. It's really, really interesting when you start thinking about it that way. So maybe if I read somebody else's, I will see what I disagree with or agree with. Maybe that'll help. Okay, all right. I'm starting to feel like I've got a little bit more of a handle of what I'm doing here. So facilitating and adjudicating the rules of the game is done in partnership with the players of characters. This is how my home group works. A lot of our decisions about what rules stay and go, what is banned, what is going to be used, how things are going to work, is done this way. And the reason we do it this way is it ensures that we keep playing together. But we also have always accepted that the game master has the final say. And since all of us are game masters and we all run everything a little bit differently, nobody really gives it too much of a toss about somebody doing something different. In other words, we've got a tough spine and we don't tend to cry too much at the table. So that does help. Yeah, we're not too sort of attached to things. And unfortunately, character death in our group is very much let's use reincarnate. So we're actually hanging out for somebody to die. Anyway, okay, so that's more my group, but it definitely impacts how I think and how I operate. Player characters which react in all this. Not making them up or imposing them on the players who disagree. No, I don't go with that either. And here's another thing that you've got to be aware of, and my home groups like this, is there are times when sometimes you get enough players at the table and they want the rules to work a particular way, and the game master is then sort of required to fall in line, because if they don't, all the players leave. But what the players have done is, and this can happen often with players who've never been a game master, is they come up with a decision about how they would like the rules to work, but what they've done is made a great huge problem for the game master or dungeon master, and really made it impossible to run the game. So that's not a good thing either. So here we go. So this is, I guess, ultimately, the group agrees, and this is how it works for us, agrees that the game master will make the final call, final decision on how the rules are applied to the game. Remember, I am from the older generation. And my group is made up of 20-year-olds right through to 50. And so this is how we play. And this is how we sort of approach things. So now I've put that down, probably scared a few people away. But we discuss everything about how we're going to do things. Simon does invisibility different to how I do it. JP does invisibility different to how I do it, and Simon. And that's just one example. That's not the only example, though. Snowflakes groups being 70%, not 50%. It's not mob rule. No, it's not democracy rules, and then one person gets to enforce whatever the democracy of the... Yeah, it's not quite like that. Not for my group anyway. That's what I was trying to say in a bad way. I see. Okay. Okay, I get what you're saying. Right. Yeah. But yeah, the group agrees that ultimately the game master will have the final decision on the rules. So that's what I wanted to say. Here, that's only one tiny aspect to this. We need to deal with the other aspect, and that is what you're doing in your game. And that kind of goes back to our goals. You remember I had mentioned a couple of things that really weren't rules things? Okay, so this is where we get interesting. The role of the game master is to offer an adventure goal, and usually even with a location based, I always say if there's no goal, you haven't really got an adventure. You've just got a location. The role of the Game Master is to offer an adventure goal that the players are interested in participating in with a and for me it's heroic character. I don't mean superhero. For me, I'm not really about playing evil characters, although we've had evil characters in games before. So that's the role of the Game Master, is to offer an adventure goal that the player characters are interested in participating in with a heroic character. A series of locations, a selection of locations to explore are now I can't say the word offered. I keep saying the word offered. That won't work. I don't think about hung, but if they don't agree, then they don't come to the game. That's really how it works, right? Okay, a selection of locations to explore are. Now, what's another word for? Let me figure this out here. Offered thesaurus. Oh, I spelt it wrong again. Presented, suggested, offered, provided, advanced, proposed. That is probably what I would say. A selection of locations to explore are proposed with a variety of challenges to interact with and solve. That's kind of where I'm at. I want to get rid of this bit because this is probably not helping me in the slightest. Getting rid of that. The Game Master decides when a monster or player character needs to roll dice to resolve a situation that has a chance of failure or success to determine the outcome. That is probably at the end of all of this. I am wanting to present a little bit more. And my buddy here, who's been very helpful in sort of pulling my head in the right direction, Danaris, what have you got here? Your second sentence is weird. My second sentence, a situation is described. It is a bit weird, isn't it? A situation is described by the Game Master to the players of a character to react to. It is a bit weird. It also implies that PCs should always react to what a DM describes, but some descriptions are not for the PCs, but for the players, e.g. background information lore. No, well, I mean, yes, but I mean, it's not, this is just a general statement. This is very general, so And really, when I say situation, a situation can be a variety of different things. I'm actually going to go into what the situation would be. So, okay, so here, yeah, so I see where you're going with this, but I think I'm fine with how it sort of works for now. It's probably not the best way to word it, but yeah, I'm not an English major. And I don't really drop lore and background to my players. Well, described or presented, it doesn't matter. I think it's the same thing. Do you know what I mean? Described, presented, it's semantics. We're now talking about semantics. I mean, your paragraphing is not finished, so whatever, I guess. No, you're right. My paragraph is not finished. It's definitely not finished. There's something else that needs to be part of that, because it's an idea that's not fleshed out. That's what your point is, I think. That's what you're trying to say. Is it's all very well to say that, but it may be in the wrong place. That's maybe what your point is, and I would agree with this. Game Master presents the adventure to the player characters and executes the outcome of the rules when they apply. Okay, so let's take this, because this doesn't work here. This is, I think, what you're trying to say. It's in the wrong position. If I'm going to talk about the rules, then I need to have it in one place. I can put it in the front, that's fine. I can put it in the back. Where it needs to ultimately be, it probably doesn't matter. It probably needs to live there. And then go into more detail, because if that concept is this, I need to break down what a situation is, right? The role of going to offer, adventure goal, players are interested in participating, that's that bit. A selection of locations to explore and are proposed with a variety of challenges to interact with and resolve and solve. Okay. These challenges, is that more what should it be or should it not be? Yeah. Survival, plunder, explore, plunder, win. Okay, so let's just keep going with this, and we'll see, because yeah, these challenges can include now puzzles, traps. What else is there? This is the crux of it, right? Battles. Communication with monsters or NPCs, non-player characters. Is that everything? I don't think it is. I don't want to say skill challenge, because it's not really the same thing. Include puzzles, problems. I'm just going to maybe I'll put the word problems here. This is going to be one of those things. Beastie Boys, what do you call it? Booty. Battles with creatures. Come on. Creatures. Try this as a task sometime, people. To hazards. There's hazards. Natural. Environmental hazards. Environmental hazards. I'm a big environmental hazard sort of person. Or am I just a environmental hazard, full stop? Hazards. I need to put the S here. Hazards. That's better. OSR ain't no booty. Exactly. Okay. And that might be, if I had to put it into a sentence, that might be it. It's a long sentence. It's a long paragraph. It's not sentence. Paragraph. If I had to put into a paragraph what I think a game master does, I would say that's probably about right. There feels like there's something missing. Yes, there is. the intention, sorry people, the intention of the game master is to intention of the game master is to ensure that everyone has. Now, it's not the responsibility, because I believe in adults being adults, not one person having to ride the whole thing. The intention of the game master is to ensure that everyone has fun playing the game, including the game master. Okay, I think I got it. Let me have a look at what Wizards of the Coast has written down here and see how this compares to what I've written. I might just read this straight out of this. Is for those of you who are wondering what the heck I've been looking at. I'm actually looking at this. I'm looking at this because I was looking at it. I was thinking this is probably the best Wizards of the Coast Dungeons and Dragons modern breakdown that I've seen. And so I thought, well, actually, maybe I'll start with that since it has done such a great job. Don't ask me to review the product. Okay, people? I will review the product when they're no longer pushing it. When they've decided to switch over to the new edition, then I'll talk about that product. All right, has a story to tell. I don't actually feel like a game master is a storyteller. But anyway, that's sort of beside the point. Do you ever read the beginning of a role-playing game rule set on what a game master does? Yes. And I'm so surprised that there's so many people have voted and said that they have. That's something. It's So let me just go back to where I was, and I just wanted to spot that and see how that was going. I'll leave it to percolate for a little bit longer since I haven't moved on from there just yet. But we will. I'll read out what Wizard of the Coast has put down in this book. And then you can kind of compare and you can see what I've written here on the screen. So this is what they've put down. Being the Dungeon Master. Instead of choosing a character, one participant takes on the role of the DM, the Game Master's lead storyteller and referee. I don't like the word referee, by the way, people. Okay? And storyteller, I'm not really fond of either. Because I kind of consider everybody at the table as that's everybody's job. The Dungeon Master runs the adventure for the characters. Yes, I would say that's true. Who navigate its hazards and decide which path to explore. Yeah. The DM describes the location and creatures that the adventurers face, and the players decide what they want their characters to do. Yes. Now, actually, did I have that all there? Maybe I didn't. Did I leave? I thought I had put that all there. A situation described by the player character. Yes. A selection of locations. Of locations to explore are proposed. Okay. So I'm a big monster person. So a selection of locations to explore are proposed and monsters to face. Face? Do I really want to say face? Is that really what we're saying here? I don't want to use the word encounter. I don't really like the word face either. Encounter and face, it's not really where my head is at. Let's see if I can fix this problem. Encounter. Confront. Well, actually, yes. Confront. Run, confront, maybe confront. Yeah, kind of confront. Sometimes not confront. Maybe not confront. Considering there's a lot of monsters I throw at people that you should not confront. Face. I don't know that that's going to work. Kisseur, masheur. Face, profile. Yeah. Okay, to confront. Usually for me, monsters are supposed to be scary, but that's not necessarily always the case too. So it's like, jeez. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Yeah. All right. So we're going to have to put it to bed at some point, aren't we, Fred? You're going to have to get over this. Encounter, antagonize. Yeah, I was thinking that too. What have we got people saying here? Storyteller tankers are fun. Sorcerer beach is... What? Sorcerer on the beach is evil. I'd use enjoy instead of have fun. You can enjoy hardship or a tough emotional session, right? Character death is not fun. Dude, it might not be fun to you, but seriously, it's fun in my table. But enjoyable experience, Dark Souls is enjoyable by it not being fun. I'll tell you what. I feels like semantics here. So, again, since I'm writing it, I'm going to do this. Because I can assure you that I actually have a lot of fun when a character dies. And it's just because of the way I run character death. And how my group approaches character death. Because we're not really married to the idea that you have to have a new character if your character dies. As I said, we're quite happy for people to bring their character back if they die. And we have a few people who have a standing count on character death, which is amazing. The intention of the Game Master is to ensure that everyone has fun and enjoys playing the game, including the Game Master. There we go. A little bit of both. I feel like it is a little bit of both. And that's... All right, so I was reading out this section, trying to get my head around this. For the life of me, people, I tell you, this is harder than I had ever imagined it would be. And the players decide what they want their characters to do. The DM, using imagination and the game's rules, determines the results of the adventure's actions and narrates what they experience. Okay. Because the DM can improvise to react to anything the players attempt, DM is infinitely flexible. Okay. If you decide to be a DM, make sure to familiarize yourself with the rule book and read the adventure booklet. You'll then blah, 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 blah. I'm not writing any of that. I'm not writing any of that. I refuse. I am having a... No, it's not going to happen. I'm not putting it there. Okay. So that's that bit. So now I have to do a sample of play or what it looks like. And a step-by-step process and method of play is probably the best way to go with this, right? Let's move on to a method and sample of play. Hashtag. Makes it worth playing in the game in the first place. Yeah, well, it's look. To be fair, most of my group are in love with the reincarnate spell, and we go out of our way to see if we can get somebody reincarnated as something bizarre. Dear. Anyway, let's go with the hashtag. What is the play method? I don't know if that's easy to answer. What is the play method? Is it really the play method? Is that the question I'm asking? I guess yes and no, but no and yes. Okay, all right. I think we need to keep this really sodding simple. Otherwise, this is going to be. I'm going to put this in. Method of play. If we look at how this all works, what does it look like ultimately? If we were playing the game. Geez. Cut. It's going to put this here. Go like that. And we're going to get rid of this highlighting nonsense. And we're going to go here, drop this down a little bit. I have waffled on a long time about being a game master, haven't I? This here, the method of play, needs to be super simple. If I write too much, please tell me to shut up and shorten it. Okay? Tactical but chaotic. The play method depends on the group and what they... So I guess that's not quite what I'm saying. Is the game master game master presents a situation by describing the environment and the monsters, creatures, that populate. Okay, this is where I'm going with this, people. So let me just hit this button here, and I think so that I get this right, this is probably more important than a lot of the stuff. This is here, the players decide what their characters will the players decide what their characters will do in the situation and describe it. Describe it to the game master. Game master. Okay. Third step. Describes it to the game master. The game master decides how to resolve the player characters' actions and narrates the results of the and narrates the results. Okay, so hang on. Let's see if we get the game master decides how to resolve the player character's action and narrates the results to the group. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I think that's mostly the guts of it. Players decide what the characters will do in the situation and describe it to the... Leave that alone. Okay. Norok, I'll see you later. Fair enough. I would be gone too. It's been 4 hours. you have had unbelievable stamina. I can say that now. Play method: investigation, instigation, suppression. These 3 basics. It's not quite what I was meaning, I guess. Or they can want to have fun with our friends, goofing off, to be quiet. We rely on you. Question: before or after initiative? I don't think I'm not suggesting that everything revolves around combat. Okay. Not at all. I'm not suggesting that at all. That's not what where my head was going. So that is this bit. But is this... okay, all right. Okay, so this is more interesting than I had thought. So the game master presents a situation by describing the environment and the monsters or creatures and creatures that populate it. I'm going to leave that bit. It may not feel that finished, so I'm going to highlight it. But I also was looking at it and I was thinking it would be very tempting to say way too much. And I'm a little bit worried about that. So like just going into too much detail. So that's not what I'm going to do. Sample of play. I guess that is our next big window of opportunity to see if we can actually move a little bit further forward. Let's go here. And I'm going to go bold, underline. Drop this down a little bit. And actually I might push this onto a new page so it's a bit easier for us to see. Like that. Okay. Sample of play. Game master. I want some names. I need some names of people. I know who I'm going to do. I'm going to do Norok. Here we go. I might just pull some people who are patrons into this and stick their names, their usernames into these. That would be quite funny. I would find that entertaining. I know Norok has been in here. Who else was here today? Has there been anybody else? Man, I've been going for so long, scrolling back, trying to find them all. Joe. I'm putting Joe in here. Putting Dan in here. Who else is in here? And what's another name that I can think of? I know. Sample of play is Strahd is mid-sentence. Run up and kick him in the balls. Ah, dear. Kirsty. So Kirsty is in my home group, so I'm going to use her name. So, setting the scene. Setting the scene. Do you know if there's anything? Oh, here we go. Did I not press the button? I tried to show it. Fred. I'm not putting the word Fred in. That's just too confusing. Fred Hubber. Fred has been doing a lot of work today. I have noticed. I didn't notice how much input, but a lot of you have been putting in a lot of input in today. I'm just picking names here. I don't know if they're going to use these names or not. I'm just looking at it and thinking, oh, who would I put in there? Oh, I know. There's another name here that I could easily stick in here. I don't know if I use them, but we'll see how it all works out. Let's go here. Dan. John. I have a John in my group, by the way. Kirsty John. Dan Joe. It's very tempting to put Simon in here, but yeah, I might do that as well. Okay, setting the scene. I've always hated these sample play things because it always drives me a little bit batty. And do you know what I would like to do with the sample play? Do you know how I've been doing a lot of polls, and I will give you an option as what do you want to do, and I haven't done that for a long time. I know I should. What I should do is I should go back to doing that because it was a lot of fun. It worked out well. I think it was far more entertaining than some of the questions I've been asking recently. Like that, they just haven't been anywhere near as, I guess, entertaining to have than any of those. So yeah, that was sort of in my head. But I need to come up with something that would do that. I don't really know that I have anything that would do that. So I'm actually going to leave the sample of play alone. I might build the sample of play off one of the polls that I run. Instead, since we do seem to be pretty close to, I mean, I've got maybe an hour left if I can keep it together. Let's skip this, and I'll go sample of play. I'm going to leave that, and I'll decide what I want to do with that later. That I don't know about at this present time, but I wanted to have an introduction, and the introduction of a role-playing game is, it's a weird thing. Like, how do you describe it to somebody? It's not actually as easy as it sounds. So let's just do this. And that. And yeah, so I know what you're saying. I've got too many players in there. I'll take out some names. I'll figure it out anyway. What do you got here? I suggest you take a look at Kevin Crawford's Stars Without Numbers. It's hands down the best written RPG rulebook I ever read. I learned so much about composing a rules paragraph. Okay, all right. Stars Without Numbers. I don't know much about Stars Without Numbers. Make a note of that though. Stars. There is something that I don't actually have a copy of it, but I know somebody's done it really, really well, and working off something that somebody's done really well is probably a good idea. Okay, Crawford. Okay, all right, put that aside. So, describing this game. How to play is not really what I want to put here. So I'm going to get rid of that. That's the first thing. That's not what we've done. We've kind of already done that. How to play has been done. I guess what's more important is describing what it is like. And that's the trick. Because I've also got to be careful that I don't reveal what the actual name of the rule system will be called ultimately too. Okay. All right, so let's, I guess, down to what is a role-playing game. That's what we are. So what is a role-playing game? That is the question. That's the question. Hashtag. What is a role-playing game? Let's put that down there. That's my first point of call. And cooperation. I might just do a quick word, throw it together, go from there. Imagination. And next, monsters. For me, it's always monsters, but then, monsters and creatures. Fantastic. Locations. So this is always the problem. In the last hour, I always start to have brain freeze, and I'm just unable to write anything. And this is probably where I should just put it aside. And I haven't. What else did I want to say? I don't really want to say anything else. I'm going to leave you guys to sort of start working that out, I think. Maybe that's a better idea. Use a W name, maybe. Call it Tombs of the Conqueror of Deep Delvers, some generic stuff, so you don't slip on a stream. Yeah, I've been calling it all sorts of different things. It's got multiple names going on now. But if you had to condense down what a role-playing game is, it's actually harder than it looks. So I'm going to end this poll here, because we really have not going to get much further with that one. And rolling versus role-playing, wargaming versus storytelling. That's actually probably a good point. I know a lot of people like to go on about storytelling. I guess you would call it storytelling. It is like storytelling. I don't know that. Yeah. Anyway, let's just I was just trying to get my head around this. Yes. So everybody's putting forward what they're thinking in terms of role-playing games. Okay. All right. So I've asked a question. I'm going to end that poll, and then what am I going to do? I know what I'm going to do. I am going to have a look at some of the older stuff and some of these older books, because they all have like introductions, I've always been interested in why they've described it a particular way. Actually, maybe that's what I will do with that bit of it. But I can also format tall telltale, epic relating, yes. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. I know what I'm going to do now. We've got the concrete cutter going, so it may be better for me to end here if the concrete cutter keeps going. Oh my gosh, that concrete cutter is going to be a pain. Let's just do this. I know my question now. It's a ridiculous question, but I'm still going to ask it. Poll. Can you hear the loud concrete cutter outside outside my house? Question. Yes. No. Not sure. I don't know how long it's going to keep going. Just watching. Okay, posting up. Tall Tales, playing that character in a narrative set. Yes, so narrative is definitely a big factor for me here. Narrative. Okay, let me just switch back over to where I was, which is the other screen where we're working on. This one here. Here we go. That's more like it. Where are we? So I'm going to scroll down. Those things I'm going to leave because I really don't have the processing power to deal with that. And we've got that first chapter, this chapter, character creation. I've broken it down so there is a character creation process that we work our way through, then the different things. I did not include how to go about determining your ability scores. I did not actually say anything here. Maybe I should say something there. I didn't do that. Whoops. Might be a good idea. You thought it was cicadas. I'm glad you thought it was cicadas. Good news. Good news. No, it was a concrete cutter. Like, it's the perfect time. Let's have the concrete cutter start. Right, so what did I say here? Da-da-da, 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 da-da-da. Okay. So I am still of the opinion that rolling 3 down the line, I've done it myself a couple of times now, and it's always like it's pretty rough. It's pretty rough. So, but I'm going to put it in as the core rule. I know that sounds terrible, but I'll put the variant option in as well, which is far more sensible. Okay. Let's do that. Okay. Where are we? So. Oh, come on, Fred. Let's see if you can do this. 2 generate the characters 6 different ability scores. Randomly roll 3 6 roll 3 Yeah, I guess so. 6-sided dice. Generate the 6 ability scores randomly roll 3 6-sided dice. Add the values. To generate the 6 different ability scores, randomly roll 3 6-sided dice for each ability score. To generate the 6 ability, generate this character's 6 different ability scores, randomly roll 3 6-sided dice for each ability score. Done. Add the 3 values together from the 6-sided dice. 6-sided dice for the total ability score. Okay. Add the 3. So I see what I was going. Add the 3 values from the 6-sided dice to from the 6-sided dice. Okay. Add the 3 values together from the 6-sided dice for the total ability score. Okay. Assign the six values. So 6 values. Score. Assign the 6 ability value score values to which ever ability you would prefer. To whichever ability you would prefer, such as I think that's what I want to do. Copy. It's not the best way to word it. It's not great. Variant ability score generation option. No, it's not what I want to do. Okay, all right. So I'm going to go copy and go paste. I'm going to include this in the basic game. One of the things I did discover is that Gary was pretty adamant that rolling 4 6-sided dice was a much better idea than rolling 3. Okay. So roll 4. So it would be 4 instead. 4 6-sided dice for each ability score. So to generate the character's 6 different ability scores randomly, Roll 4 6-sided dice for each ability score and drop the lowest value on one dice. Add these 3 values together from the 6-sided dice for the total ability score. Assign the 6 ability score values to whichever ability you would prefer, such as strength, dexterity, constitution. I think that's got it. I think I got it there. What have we got here? To me, an RPG is a narrative game consisting of a combination of parlor game, improv theatre, and collective storytelling. So improv is probably, like, I would say absolutely. And I probably should add that there. Let me just put it on my hand, improv, because I do a lot of it. I run live streams, so I don't have a choice. Okay. Yeah, it does actually. An ability score consists of the sum of 6 6-sided dice. There you go. Get some rest, mate. Your point is it's time to take a break and stop. That's, I think, what your point is, and I agree. Freely assign the ability score values to the 6 attributes is way shorter as well. Yes. I know what you're saying. I think what I will do is I'll do what I was going to do, which is I'm not going to do any major work anymore. I just forgot that I had not put that in, so it's done. Scroll down. I'll do a bit of formatting, because formatting my brain can work on. They can handle that. Character advancement. Abilities. So we had all the abilities, the modifiers: strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, charisma. I am still unsure how much more additional information I need to provide, because I feel like it's very light. But then it's supposed to be a light game, isn't it? The basic game rules. Let's go here. That's chapter 4. Remember, chapter 4, basic game rules. Game mechanics, general and specific rules, managing fractions, benefits and penalties, which is advantage, disadvantage. I've got it there. How that works, some variants, ability checks or dice roll tests. Some variants on this, which are saving throws is there. Attack rolls or tests. Melee attack, weapon, ranged attack. So, have I got this mostly nailed? Ability, saving throw, attack. I got the melee, the ranged, the spell attack, the variants that I was going to put forward, which are all here. There's a bunch of them, which I'm not going to include all of them. Difficulty class or target number, difficulty number, that's all sorted out. Armor class and armor defense is there. Critical hits. Now, critical hits is probably in the wrong place. It probably should be in the combat section. Armor class, armor defense, difficulty class. Basics. Those are basics, but it's not necessarily. So, but critical hits is probably in the wrong place. Rolling a 1 and a 20. Rolling a 1 and a 20. But critical hits is always going to be about fighting. So let me just... Whoops, that's too far. Double the dice. So let's move the critical hit section. I think the critical hit section is in the wrong place. And I've got contest as an alternative variant. So I'm going to cut this. Rolling a 20 on a 20-sided dice, rolling a 1 on a... That's really the basic rule stuff. It's not combat. Now we're into combat. And I probably should have a chapter that is on combat, because there is a lot there. Okay. So go down, 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 and under making attacks. Attacks, grabbing, grappling, escaping a grapple, calculating damage. Okay, so it's probably going to be sitting right about here. It probably should live there. Paste. Attacks, critical hits, critical blows. That That's fine. Escaping, we've got that. Spell casting. I haven't really explained magic that much. And that's quite deliberate too, if you have wondering. Magic and spells, question mark. So I'm going to leave that there. So what I will do is death, resting, and free actions. Okay, so we definitely need a chapter for combat. If I'm going to break it up into easy chunks, it's probably going to have something like that. Just like I did with basic, I need to have a the basic rules. I need to have a one for chapters. So chapter this here, something like this. Copy. Sliding it down, sliding it down, sliding it down. Da 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 da. Rolling one. Here we go. It's probably going to have to live here somewhere. And paste. Okay, so this would be chapter 5. And this would be combat rules. Combat game rules. There we go. That seems reasonable. Okay, that's fine. Okay, this is what I want to do before I lose my mind. Is I'm going to read out the intro to a whole bunch of different players' handbooks, people, and maybe that'll help. Because, as we know, it took me ages to figure out what to do with the other stuff. But let me read out this and see how we go. So what do you got here? You freely assign the ability score values to the attributes as a way shorter. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so, okay, I'm just going to leave it. I don't want to go back. I just want to keep moving forward. I mean, you are your own person, so do whatever. No, I get what you're saying. But doing more than bullet points now may be detrimental. Exactly, I understand, which is why I'm going to read out the section that might help. Magic systems are so complicated. Take a look at Dungeon World. They handle it pretty nifty, in my opinion. Actually... The reason I haven't got a magic system is the magic system is really kind of, for the basic game, it's already done. The magic system is built in a very different way in that you kind of make up the spells yourself and it's just sign off from the game master. That's the basic game. Because that's if you think about a 5-year-old or somebody beginning the game, if you gave them a whole lot of different spells they have to know and a whole lot of stuff around magic, one of the things I realized when I was looking at magic and spells is I needed to have almost nothing there. It's like make it up for the basic game. That's literally where my head was going with this. Knocks fire. Year off, prepare, cook and survive, fair enough. So this is what I've got here. Driven by imagination, Dungeons & Dragons is a cooperative game in which the characters role play, embarking on adventures. So, let's just go keyword on this one. Adventure, I agree. Role playing, yes. Okay. Together in a fantasy world filled with monsters and magic. Yeah, magic. What else you got here? This set gives you up to 5. This gives you and up to 5 of your friends everything you need besides the imagination and pencil, paper, blah 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 blah. So that's pretty short. If you wanted short, that's short. Okay, let's find another one. This is the 5e book. I just read the one from the starter book for the new one, the new starter book. Okay. You're nodding off. Fair enough. Go to bed. Go to bed. I am just. I probably should stop, but I'm kind of curious as to what they've written here in some of these books here. So, introduction on the 5e book. Let's have a look here. The Dungeons and Dragons role-playing game is about storytelling in worlds of swords and sorcery. Okay. So magic and sorcery, yeah. Swords, yeah, it's a very common sort of way we present it, swords and sorcery. It shares elements with childhood games of make-believe. Make-believe, yes. All right, make-believe, yes, keep going. Like those games, D&D is driven by imagination. It is about picturing the towering castle beneath the stormy night sky and imagining how a fantasy adventurer might react to the challenges that scene presents. Okay, and then it gives us some samples of play. Unlike a game of make-believe, D&D gives structure to the stories and a way of determining the consequences of the adventure's actions. Players roll dice to resolve whether their attacks hit or miss, or whether their adventurers can scale a cliff, roll away from the strike of a magical lightning bolt. So, okay, pull off some other sort of dangerous task. Anything is possible. So not anything is possible. Anything can be tried. I guess that's one thing that sticks with me. But the dice make some outcomes more probable than others. Okay, I see where you're going with this. You guys have actually got a really long-winded blurb on this thing. Have I ever read this section? Probably not. In D&D game, each player creates an adventurer, also called a character, and teams up with the other players played by friends. I will put teamwork. Cooperation and teamwork, definitely a big factor. I would say that's definitely part of it. Working together, the group might explore a dark dungeon, a ruined city, a haunted castle, a lost temple deep in the jungle, or a lava-filled cavern beneath a mysterious mountain. The adventurers can solve puzzles, talk with other characters, battle fantastic monsters, and discover fabulous magic items and other treasures. They've kind of wound in some of the other aspects of what a game master and a dungeon master does into here. I see what they're doing here. There is no winning or losing in Dungeons and Dragons. This is the end paragraph. At least not the way these terms are usually understood. Together, the DM and the players create an exciting story of bold adventurers who confront deadly perils. Sometimes an adventurer might come to a grisly end, torn apart by a ferocious monster or done in by a nefarious villain. Even so, the other adventurers can search for powerful magic to retrieve their fallen comrade, or the player might choose to create a new character to carry on. The group might fail to complete the adventure successfully, but if everyone had a good time and created a memorable story, they all win. Okay. The game has no real end. When one story or quest wraps up, another one can begin. Okay. So there's a lot going on here that they are describing. And if I were to introduce somebody as an opening paragraph, they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 paragraphs. 6 paragraphs to describe what you're dealing with here. And I've got to figure out how to do that in a paragraph. There's no way that anybody is really going to want to read past the first and second paragraph. If you're looking at it, you probably wouldn't want to read past this. So it is a episodic Episodic, no end. I guess you would say that's kind of what's going on here. Yes, be nice to you. Yeah, take a look at the dungeon world then. It's driven by a narrative game philosophy. You have no fixed spells. You make up whatever your level dictates, and the damage healing effect dice. So I've already got it. I'm actually using ability scores as a way of determining that. And it's already written in there. It's in the ability score section. Yeah, so it's very long-winded. So I'm putting that book aside because I've taken what I sort of thought was useful from that. This is Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. This is Gary. So you can just imagine what that's going to be like. Let's go backwards. Let's go to 4E. 4E had bigger words. I can see those. What have they got here? How to play. Imagination. Role-playing games. Here we go. This is even more long-winded. So this is the 4E Player's Handbook. 4E Player's Handbook. Let's have a look. There is, I hate to say it, a whole page on it. Maybe 2 pages. I think that might be 2 pages. It looks like 2 pages of stuff. I'm not reading all of it. You tell me when to stop. I'll stop at some point anyway. I'll probably get past maybe the 3rd paragraph if you're lucky. Dungeons and Dragons is a game of role-playing. Is a role-playing game. In fact, D&D invented the role-playing game and started it in the industry. Who gives a shit? At this point, nobody really cares. Okay, a role-playing game. Not that I don't like Dave Arneson at all, but it's just not going to help. A role-playing game is a storytelling game that has elements of the games of make-believe. Okay, again, that many of us play as children. However, a role-playing game such as D&D provides form and structure. Here we go again, with robust gameplay and endless possibilities. Hardly, not in 4E. D&D is a fantasy adventure game. You create a character, team up with your with the other characters and your friends. Explore a world. Battle monsters. Okay, so battle monsters, explore, and explore is a big factor. Did I put in explore? Explore the world. Okay, and creatures, battle monsters and creatures. But it's not really all of it. That's the thing. Battle. I'm putting that separately, like this. Like this. Okay. Here we go. Next bit. D&D is a fantasy adventure game. You create a character team. I've already said this. Okay. While the D&D game uses dice and miniatures, the action takes place in your imagination. So we've got the word imagination, but apparently there's a lot of dice in 4E, and apparently there's a lot of miniatures as well. I know there is. There you may have the freedom to create anything you can imagine. With an unlimited special effects budget and the technology to make anything happen. Okay, alright. What makes D&D unique is a master narrative. Yeah. Cooperation. I can see the word cooperation in here. I can see a lot of other stuff going on. It is essentially the same. And it's boring as hell to read. Can I just say, the intro to 4E's Player Handbook to tell people what a role-playing game is awful. It's awful. Could you do any better, Fred? Probably not. Good luck on my journey. Yeah, you go now. I'll see you later. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for hanging out and your input, by the way. If you have already gone, it's too late. But okay. Right, let's have a look at 3.5. Player's Handbook, 3.5. Not the third edition, but 3.5, because I've got that book. Let's have a look at what it has to say here. Because I bet it's going to turn me off again to whatever is going on here. So there's an introduction. This is only 2 paragraphs. The D&D game is described after, but the introduction is just 2 paragraphs. We need to get it down to 1 paragraph. Here we go. This is the Dungeons & Dragons role-playing game, the game that defines the genre and has set the standard for fantasy role-playing games for 30 years. I don't care again. D&D is a game of your imagination in which you participate in a thrilling adventure and dangerous quests. Now, adventure and quests, I think the word quests is one of those things that I kind of feel like it needs to be there. So, whoopsie daisies. Quests. Although I am partial to science fiction, and you probably could do this with science fiction as well. Okay, here we go. Quests. So, and thrilling adventures, dangerous quests by taking on the role of a hero. And I guess that's really the crux of it for me, is hero. It could be anti-hero, but it's still hero. And the word hero is a big thing for me, so I'm going to put that there. A character you create. Your character might be a strong fighter or a clever rogue, a devoted cleric or a powerful wizard. With a few trusted allies at your side, you explore ruins and monster-filled dungeons in search of treasure. The game offers endless possibilities and a multitude of choices. More choices than even the most sophisticated computer game, because you can do whatever you can imagine. So that's that one. Much better. Certainly a vast improvement compared to the other ones. Let's go to AD&D, Advanced Dungeons & Dragons, 2nd Ed edition. So this is, I believe it's not Gary who did this book. The person who did this was David Cook. So David Cook did this. He's got a foreword. We're not reading that. I want to see your intro, dude. What did you say about this game? How learning the game. He doesn't even do that. He doesn't even go the AD&D game line. Oh, this is like it's like they're trying to sell it to you. Learning the game, coming from the D&D game, the real basics. Do they even have one? This is weird. I'm actually in the process of reviewing this book, and I didn't realize they don't actually have to. They don't seem to have one. It seems to be they have assumed that people sort of are already sort of familiar with this. Much to my surprise. About pronouns. Welcome to D. No, they don't really do anything like that. It's mostly useless to me. Putting it aside. It's really mostly advertising, and it sort of assumes you've already been playing the game. Advanced Dungeons & Dragons kind of makes sense, I guess, as you wouldn't have this is what the game is, because people are already assumed to know what the game is because they've been playing it. So this is Advanced Dungeons & Dragons 1st edition. This is Gary. What did Gary have to say? And I have looked through this, but I don't remember exactly what he said. And knowing Gary, it'll be long-winded as hell. 3 paragraphs. It's quite long. Let me read this out, and then I am going. Even if you are not familiar with fantasy role-playing games in general, and Dungeons & Dragons in particular, you will find this work, with its companion volumes, the Monster Manual and the Dungeon Master Guide, it is a complete game system in itself. Okay, whatever. It will stand alone, and it has been written and edited in order to make the whole as easily understood as possible without taking anything away from its complexity and the completeness. If, on the other hand, you are a veteran adventurer of many sword and sorcery campaign games, Advanced Dungeons & Dragons will prove to be superior to any past offerings in the fantasy role-playing game field. Oh God, Gary. You will find it easy to integrate your existing character or characters into the new system, and at the same time the game will be both familiar and different. Oh, okay. There are nuances not found in previous efforts. All the necessary information is presented in clear and concise terms in a format which logically follows the flow of play. I can tell you it is not laid out that way, and we have not even got into what the heck it is. The characters and races from which the players select are carefully thought out and balanced to give each a distinct and different approach to the challenges posed by the game. Advantages and disadvantages, advancement and level, characteristics and abilities are all defined and explained, so the selection of a player character type or the integration of an existing character can be done with foreknowledge and projection. In similar vein, the individuals running the campaign game and Dungeon Master will have available more data and guidelines upon which to build more interesting and detailed bloody. Is it going to go on like this anymore? I feel like it will. Like this is, if you were to explain this to somebody, it's really not helpful. It feels like a big, huge sales pitch. That's what I'm going to say. Feels like a huge sales pitch. It's the same as Advanced Dungeons and Dragons 2nd Edition. It's a bit of a sales pitch. They all have that little sales pitch in there. So I just need to remind myself. No sales pitch. Fred. Exclamation mark. Just to remind myself, do not do that. The sales pitch is really off-putting. It's awful. Anyway, I am done and spent, people. I will probably, I think next week, I am not doing a review next week because there's no Dungeon Master, or should I say Game Master Roundtable. So I'll probably come back and I'll finish all of this. And there really isn't that much left to do. I think it's mostly nailed down. I'm pretty happy with what we've got here. I think it'll work fine. I'm going to close down this this poll and consider this a point where it's time to stop. So yes, let us start to light the candle and get the heck out of here. Eh? I think that's a good idea. So I want to say a huge thank you to everybody who is a patron, but also the people who actually hung out with me in the live stream. Whether you watched a small portion or you responded to the polls or you provided feedback in the comment section, like I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Clearly I am very tired, and we did get a lot done. Probably not as much as I had hoped, but I think it's now nuanced now. I think ultimately a lot of it is just the fluffy bits and pieces, which is good. Okay, if you're rewatching, huge thank you as well. All right, and hopefully next week when I do this again, it will be first draft done. That is the goal. So wherever you are in the world, people, whether it be the morning, the afternoon, the night, or the wee early morning, please look after yourself, your family, and your friends. If you've got neighbours, be nice to your neighbours. Unless they have a concrete cutter, then feel free to say something to them about it. Okay? And hey, till next time, keep rolling those 20s.